Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We're not going to make the same mistake we did yesterday and pick something that's going to take half an hour as to warm up. But we are going to do a warm up just to make sure everything is going, particularly to stream audio. And so we'll begin with a music level by a music maker, mostly a music maker, to whom I was recently introduced as Ben S. And this is Super Mario Galaxy 2's Starship Mario. What are you lollygagging around for? Get those power stars. We'll do that. And then we'll move on to first position in queue, who is going to be Male64 today with Snow Piercing. Unless, of course, that code is a placeholder. Let's go. This one is the final one, okay. Oh, looks like music auto-scroll. And yeah, the airship camera Bob, of course, puts some of the ground tiles below the visible space, but thankfully there is enough time to just react to that and stay on pace with the auto-scroll. Oh, Crazy, welcome. And Lost Lone Wolf, welcome as well. Good to see you both here. We just got started. We should be able to run a decently long stream today, I hope. And so we'll get to your levels soon enough. Thank you for Platforms on Saws and Night Surfing. Yeah, yesterday I took way too long with the early levels in the queue, and some people did have to drop out. But today we'll hopefully manage that a little bit better. Let's not rush ahead so much. The airship camera Bob really does do a bit of a number on this level. Still fun to play and listen to, of course, but we do have to play it a bit safe here. No reason to just outpace the auto-scroll everywhere I go. Might as well just stay in the middle of the screen and make sure I've got plenty of room to react to any Koopas that may be dropping in my face. Yeah, luckily it is quite a relaxed level when it comes to pacing. You don't just need to hold right the whole time or go particularly quickly. Oh, oops, got trapped in there. Trapped in there, that's okay. We'll fix that up fairly easily and then make it across the conveyor belt. Oops, there we go. Totally missing all these 30 coins. I think part of the purpose is to get 30 coins, but we hadn't really been tracking that very closely. Oh. Got thrown up quite a ways. And that Koopa, luckily not too much of a problem, but we do need to react quickly enough to not get trapped against the auto-scroll boundary when the twisters do throw me up everywhere. And yeah, once again, airship camera Bob popping here and there. That's a Yoshi egg next to that THX1138. So, thank you for the GGs. Let's get going quickly. Mia Baconiko, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, thank you for True Climbers Can Do This One. We'll hopefully get to you soon enough. And do correct me on your name if I've read that incorrectly. Marvin Beachmouse, we're just getting started with the queue, beginning with the first level from Male64. So, if you'd like the current code, of course, that I just played, you can see it there on screen. And Blue Blur, welcome. And yeah, too bad about Glitch yesterday, who came in right at the beginning of the stream and still didn't get played because of the warm-up level as well as the queue skip that got in ahead of them. But that's okay. Oh, it's a collab with Glitch. Okay. That's fine. Glitch knows where to find my VODs after the fact. And next GM, welcome for The Floor is Lava. We'll hopefully get to that quickly. You provided the boss and lots of ideas too. Okay. You're giving me your first attempt at a baby Kaizo. Well, let's take a look at Snow Piercing, where Boom Boom's train is in the way. Board it any way where you can. We had a discussion about train levels not too long ago, I'm sure. That played into this somehow. I see a world record already from Dexterity, who has shown up to submit here a few times before. And next GM, thank you for giving me the attempt at a baby Kaizo. We'll hopefully get to that quickly today. Yeah, yesterday I know we just inadvertently had a lot of people drop out just because of how long I was taking, but today we should be doing better. I hope. Depends on the levels, of course. Snow pokies everywhere. Look at this clown car. This clown car looks like... It actually looks kind of like a randomizer. Like if you placed it in the middle between one-way panels, it would bounce one way or the other. And it looks like it's supposed to hit the P-switch if it goes to the other side, but then that would send you downwards instead of up, if it is something like a permanent or repeatable P-switch. I don't want to take a look at this. Yeah, because it kicks the shell either towards the on-off on the right side, or towards lowering the muncher on the left side, which would activate the P. But then what happens when the P expires? Is there... Oh, I see. Here, on the red pipe, you see what looks like an infinite P-switch. Because if the P block is released, then you have a P-switch that is spammed out of the red pipe towards the blaster, which would then activate it. And so this level has a path randomizer at the very start that will affect whether you go on top of the train car or down below the wheels. So we'll see what we can of the first random state, which activates the on-off switch rather than P. Looks like you can, of course, go up and down as well if you take it. But anyway, let's do some hijacking. And Dark Coup Patrol, yeah, Dark Coup Patrol, hopefully we'll get to you quickly today if you do want to submit what you were trying to show me yesterday. And okay, let's move up this way. And Jay Rocky, welcome back as well. Good to see you all here. Whoops, that's a snow ground tile there. Let's not do too much with that. You can hit the house from the bottom, of course. The door leads you somewhere totally different. I do kind of want to see what's up here. Looks like it is just ceiling. Alright, down we go. A couple of moles in that car on the left. This feels quite a bit different than a lot of train levels, partly just because of the snow theme, which you don't see so often. Very often it's things like the airship themes that get used for train levels instead. But it's nice, it fits quite neatly with the art style. You see Snowman Peach, Snow Woman Peach down there, almost being run over by the wheels, but... Oh, it's in the Snow Superworld, I see. And yeah, you see the P-switch... A couple of pipes maintaining the loading of an infinite P-switch if there is a P-switch that is activated by the Clown Car randomizer at the very start. So we haven't seen that path yet. We'll continue along the current route, though. And yeah, we can go up top, but rather than activating every bullet blaster at once, let's just hit the moles instead. I was about to go for that one up down there, didn't really anticipate being shot in the face in that location, but we'll try to work around that. I think it's a randomizer anyway. We've drawn this path every time so far. But we'll go down here, we'll try to hit the POW. Whoops. This looks like a reset, but I don't know what it would be for. Let's take a look anyway. It is totally a reset. It is, in fact, a freeze frame reset that takes you to a door that is obstructed. Oh, I guess, maybe in case of something bugging out with the POW. I'm not exactly sure, though, because you can't really lower it on the donut block. But anyway, we can blow up the bomb this way and hit the block afterwards. Possibly for power-up. No, just a 1-up. It's a randomizer, but it depends on what the player does. Well, I mean, that's the case with everything that uses the random seeds at the beginning of the level. Unless... yeah, no. It depends, of course, on the player input, and so... Player input is always going to be most consistent at the beginning of the level, or the beginning of the zone. Okay, so you can switch this back and forth. If you hit the on switch... No, the checkpoint actually enforces the off switch. That's the point of this. No point in getting under the wheels just yet. Let's move on. And check up here. Interesting. Yeah, I'm also trying to read what a lot of these train cars are meant to represent. There's quite a lot of variety to them, of course. And... Ah, I see. So that eventually hits the on-off switch. That would make it difficult to get into the door, though. And everything there stays broken, as you can see. Oh, no, okay. Now the skewer is going to affect the pacing of the boss fight, because it allows me to then get out the exit door. So that's going to be a survival fight based on the skewer hitting the blocks as a timer. However, if that's the case, I think it's possible to sort of exploit that somehow. And I'll show you what I mean if I understand this correctly. So, for example, let's say you let this hit everything up to... Oh, no, I see. It's hitting bricks and question blocks, so presumably all of those contain vines. Yeah. They do contain vines, which means that when you go through this, the skewer will reset to the beginning. So we'll just mind all the burners rather than trying to play it with the timing too much, but... Yeah, just going to be pure survival here. There's a lot of burners to watch at once, of course, on that pattern at the bottom. That's going to be best if we try to keep a power-up. Remain as Super Mario. That didn't last very long. Okay, we have a bot problem coming in today. I knew that this was an issue with a lot of streams today. Yeah, because we're basically getting flooded with bot follows right now. And that's happened to a couple of other streamers. I actually disabled raids in case that was affected today, but that doesn't seem to have prevented it. So, do pardon me if I need to take care of some moderation issues and pause the stream, because we may be getting hit with like 100 accounts that I have to ban manually. And we may, in fact, have to appoint somebody to do this for me and do a bit of cleanup today. But so let's see if I can get this to clear up somehow. We may need to take a pause for a moment just to handle the moderation issue. So yeah, because at least after this wave that just came in of about a dozen bot accounts, that seems to have... Oh, actually, that's a lot of bot accounts. That's a gigantic amount. Yeah, I hoped that we would disable this today, but it is a problem. So let me see if I can do something about this. If I have like somebody who's very regular here who's familiar with the tools. Let's continue with the level for the moment, and then... Yeah, we'll figure out what to do with this. If I have somebody who shows up and is like a super regular who already has experience with the mod tools and can help me with keeping the bot accounts under control today, we'll figure that out. But hopefully it's not going to be too much of a distraction. I don't want to be stopping or resetting the stream because of it, but... Yeah, I had heard just before I went online from some other major streamers that they were being hit particularly hard today. One of them had to cause the stream to ban about 100 bot accounts. That sounded very unpleasant. It's interesting because I thought I had heard that Twitch had identified, after a security investigation, identified the individual that was responsible for some of the hate raid bot issues that have been all over the service lately, and had in fact filed a lawsuit against him. Like, they definitely know who it is. Marvin Beachmouse, I'm not exactly sure. It might... I know that there is one potential safeguard, which is email verification of accounts that speak in your channel, but of course that's just for the chat. I don't think it does anything with permitting follows. But I don't know, because Twitch changes this stuff on a fairly regular basis, and I don't always keep up with it. Anyway, let's watch our feet here. If we just stay off the burners when they come up, that's going to be ideal. Or if we stay on a burner that has just fired, that might actually be a better strategy. I mean, I know that looks kind of like an optional segment that is missable if you just let the skewer smash everything and activate the on-off switch over here, but we found this. I do want to try and see how it goes. Okay. Yeah, really tricky. That's a lot of burners to deal with. Boss is not optional, it's the centerpiece of the level. Okay, I see. Guess I've been playing too many mailed levels where you do have tons of optional paths. But then if the skewer activates this on-off switch... Oh, I guess it can just activate it twice if you needed to give you the door again. Yeah, because this is the end here. So yeah, you're not locked out if the skewer touches the on-off switch, you just wait for it to hit a second time. Okay. We'll just do this. And we'll tap that. We'll go up. If the switch is off, you either die or do a pixel-perfect room entrance. Why wouldn't it activate the on-off switch twice, though? Why wouldn't it? I don't see what's preventing that. Like, let's watch it and find out. We can always take a death afterwards. Oh, no, because of the on-off... Okay, because of the... red blocks start blocking the skewer. I didn't see that previously. I see that. Yeah, no, I didn't see the red blocks that were right beside the skewer's origin point there. And that would explain how that is put together, so... Okay, definitely a lot of dodging here. I think maybe we can find a better method instead of staying in the center because the pattern of the 4 burners, in terms of the spacing as they move back and forth, is irregular enough that, you know, partly because of that starting position where some are going right and some are going left, the eventual pattern is irregular enough that it can be a little bit hard for me to track. And so, we'll see what we can do to just strategize around that and find a pattern that is relatively safe. Also, limited alt paths because of the randomizer. Yes, of course. Taking advantage of wall jump is probably a good idea, in fact, because gaining height to not get sandwiched between the Podoboo and Boom Boom Fire from the clown car seems pretty important here, tactically speaking. And just getting away from the burners in general might be a wise thing to do, so... Okay. Now, let's bounce around a little bit. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, maybe wall jumping on the right side as much as possible is going to be best, but yeah, you get hit really quickly as you get out the door. If you do any movement at all, actually. I mean, if you just drop straight down, you do have a very tight window to react. But the first burner hits quite hard and quite quickly. And yeah, Lost Lone Wolf, it's definitely a pretty noticeable difficulty spike relative to what the level asks you to do up to that point. But we'll just stay well out of the way. Still getting a little bit caught up. Criticism, you finished it just in time. Congratulations. Looking forward to dry mountain mines. One moment here. Yeah, I don't know why my filters have been failing on some of the bot spam lately, but we'll try to keep things under control today. And yeah, apparently everybody's just been hit by that today. Just tons of bot spam all over the place among some of the smaller maker streamers. And yeah, criticism always very satisfying, I think, to pick up something that you had put away for a while and actually see it through to completion. Always this feeling of relief, I think, when you manage to do that with something that you thought you might have abandoned. Yeah, that's a lot of skewer hits we do need to wait for, so... Why don't I just go out the right side? Let's do that. Yeah, you need to jump immediately when you get out, basically. Now, the nice thing is that there isn't anything random here. It is going to be consistent in terms of positioning, and so... part of it might just be finding a consistent pattern that we just need to memorize and think about every time. Like jump immediately, stay right. No, I'm just back to playing reactively. Yeah, trying to do patterns by memory is not actually going to make things easier for me. It's just not really my playstyle, so... Okay, we did survive long enough to have the on-off switch activate. but not long enough to make that final jump. So we are getting closer. Quite closer. Yeah, criticism, we'll hopefully have a good time with that when we see it. I hope I don't break anything unexpectedly when we get to yours. I probably won't remember what you just said about the pink coins until I actually play it, though. That's still a few levels away. Next GM, you were saying you were going to make a level with fire bars. And yeah, the burners can be on tracks. They're very useful, in fact. There are a lot of levels that use burners just as a positioning tool, where with curved tracks you can just nudge certain objects into position. The sizing and the collisions work just right to do some object centering tricks using burners on tracks. You feel like following the not firing burners helps? Yeah, I've been trying to do that on some attempts. I was kind of doing that on my most successful attempt, but definitely you, of course, need to play around a height restriction of having the Podoboo on one end and the clown car fire on the other, so you have to watch a lot of moving targets at once along both axes. And yeah, I mean, it does give you enough wiggle room to play reactively. I don't think it's unfair or anything, it's just that there are a lot of ways to get yourself into a situation that is difficult to escape. Especially when the burners cross over. It's hard to track which burner is which when they cross over, I think, especially if I'm also watching the sideways projectiles at the same time. And yeah, I've played tons of glitch bosses at this point. I've played probably several dozen of them. And yeah, they definitely have a wide range when it comes to difficulty tuning. In terms of how much opportunity the player is given to recover and continue. Some of them can be pretty punishing, but here at least we have a mushroom buffer for that first hit. Yeah, just totally spaced out there, fortunately. And yes, it is a train level. It's a snow train level, in fact. Hence the title, Snow Piercing. And here we are. I've watched a fair bit of Korean cinema and films by Korean directors, and I've actually not seen Snowpiercer. I just missed out on it when it first came out. I do know it involves trains. It's just a film that sort of came out at the wrong time for me, and I never got around to catching up on it. But yeah, there was a while when I was just binging on a lot of the Korean directors. Also, ducking under the clown car is something I have not sufficiently considered. Instead of trying to jump over when I get sandwiched between that and Podoboo. If I take a moment to duck, or, of course, just take advantage of being short, that could be potentially advantageous. Whoops, that almost made it. Zankoth, welcome. Okay, so yeah, we'll probably just be doing viewer levels all the way to the end on this stream today, but of course the next 6YM release is going to be in a couple hours, tomorrow morning in NA and EU afternoon or evening. And the trailer this time around is going to be quite a treat. So you all have something to look forward to for those following the project. This looks like it's going to take me straight up to the flag. I don't think I can get beyond it, so up we go. Thank you for that. Worked out well in the end. It's definitely a difficulty spike, I think, in terms of how the boss... Oh, you know what? Let's try to trigger the alternate path before we move on. Let's try to take advantage of the randomizer since we didn't see it. And we'll just do some other random spammy inputs before we get to the scroll break. Once we get to the scroll break, we'll see if the clown car gives me the other path. Because depending on when the clown car spawns in, this is going to be input dependent, so... If we just do things as inconsistently as possible, maybe eventually we'll see the P-switch path. There we go. With the infinite P-switch, and we'll see the alternate road. Okay, this is going to be quite different. Does the P-switch continue in this zone? It doesn't, but if you make it across, then you can continue with it on the left. And this is going to be a little bit time dependent. Whoops. Now, why would you want to do that? Because the P-switch can continue, and you can grab a fire flower, I see. Anything P-switch dependent here? No, it doesn't seem so. Yeah, here with two platforms like this, I mean, obviously you would have the activation order potentially matter. Oh, good, soft reset. Soft reset with a lot of moles in a way. Anyway, we lost a flower, but I'm not going to go back for it just yet. Very different kind of platforming segment here. For something that is the underbelly of the train tracks. Oh yeah, it wasn't clear to me that the wide platform leaves the track. Let's try to figure this again. Alright, let's try it. Okay. And over here. Whoops. Smaller platform, the harder and also faster it is, yeah. I mean, they'll desynchronize at a point that there isn't too much of a point to activating them both. We won't be able to cover our position from short to long, I don't think, but maybe we will, looking at the current pattern. Maybe that will turn out to be helpful in the end. And we get back up potentially? No, it's just going to continue. Almost got mobbed by the mole there. Electrodude, welcome. Electrodude. I don't know if you would be able to do this for me. I may have to ask you for a really big favor. But we'll get to that in just a moment. Hope everything with your end of level building has been going well. I've been talking up what a huge treat the 6YM trailer that's about to be released is going to be. Yeah, Electrodude. Just give me one moment here. And... because I know you used the tools, and also because I know you've been around here since very, very early on in the stream. Electrodude, I just gave you mod powers because earlier on in the stream we got followed by about 20 or 30 of the Hate Raid bot accounts, and I need somebody to mop them up and ban them. So basically all of the recent followers that have like the hotspot name, if you're able to ban as many of those as you can. That would be great. Please don't abuse the powers, of course. Don't ban Mang as a joke or anything like that. But if you're able to take out as many of the bot accounts as you can, that would be fantastic. I know this is a really tedious job, and I understand if you can't quite cover it yourself, but yeah, I was hoping to get somebody in to do that. So enjoy the moderation power. Now, because I don't want to just stop the stream to spend like 10 minutes banning accounts, right? So we had actually disabled raids today as well on the stream because I had heard that a lot of the bot accounts had been following people through raid targets as well. So it's likely that at the end of the stream, we might not be able to run a proper raid as we usually do, depending on whether that's actually the case. It might just be speculation. I don't know if that's actually how bots are picking targets, but there was some circumstantial suspicion that that was the case. Welcome, Supernova. And thank you so much, Electrodude, for doing janitor duty for me. I know it's a big thing to ask. And yeah, Supernova, I'd heard from, I think, both Once Forever and Chijiri before I started the stream today that they were just hit by dozens and dozens of accounts. I'm sure it was like that for a lot of the other streamers as well. And yeah, we have seen the entirety of the alternate path. Now that just rewards you with a Fire Flower, and yes, it does give you a fast path. So I guess the fast strategy to get Boom Boom... I mean, it's not fast in terms of the speed, of course, because you would have to do the entire subworld segment. But it is a bonus route that is entirely dependent on randomization, which is kind of interesting. But we've seen it. We've seen both the routes, and welcome SD as well. And board it any way you can. We boarded it 2 ways. I think that's going to be what's available to us now. So thank you for that, Mill64. And yeah, we'll be sure to tell Glitch that I ran this as well, so Glitch can take a look at the VOD afterwards for that part of the contribution. Electrodude, I actually don't know what the mod view is like on mobile. So if you're unable to take care of that, we'll maybe try to get somebody else to assist with cleanup as well. And yeah, that's fine, Electrodude. Hopefully we don't get hit too hard in the next hour or so. Otherwise, we might also bring in 1 or 2 additional volunteers to help. Anyway, that's going to be a win. And let's punch in... well, first of all, let's do a quick sub check. Then we'll just go straight down the list. Oh, Crazy, if you're still here, we'll get you in right away. And yeah, you're in, so let's do that. Looks like we're going to get Classic Mang today instead of Mang 69. That's perfectly fine, of course. Anyway, Platforms on Saws by Clown Crazy with 1 checkpoint. Let's enjoy. Okay. Yeah, we've got plenty of time to react to that. Just got a little bit sloppy there, so. I see all these grinder blades everywhere, and I'm just thinking, wow, you've got tons of entity budget to play with here. with room to spare if you look at all those at the beginning. It's kind of nice in a way because it gives the level a much cleaner look than if you just use the one-tile spikes everywhere, which I think are generally pretty ugly despite how functional they are. And so yeah, it just generally looks much cleaner than a lot of levels that would just be mechanically identical. Okay, let's not jump above that. We do need to write it down. The arrow, of course, is giving me a bit of a hint to that, but wasn't quite sure what the landing beneath my feet would be like, so let's go down here. He switches. And yeah, the timing here is actually fairly generous. We've got plenty of time to work with. Here's the one CP that we were warned about earlier. Coming in with the P-switch active doesn't seem to affect anything, as far as I can tell. No, we need to hit the POW because that removes the munchers, and then we need to get back to the same platform and get onto the muncher platform. So that interaction does need to be a little bit quicker. Okay, plenty of room here to bounce back and forth. It's going to be 3 coins. I actually didn't see any other pink coins up to this point, so I don't know if I'd missed some already, but we'll keep an eye out. 2 coins, okay. Okay, straight down the middle. Luckily not super precise. And we just hold into that. So yeah, you are kind of expected to know, of course, that the coins are required. I think in a level like this where it's very momentum-oriented, a lot of players would safely assume that anyway. Otherwise, they're in for a nasty surprise at the end, so THXGG. And Lost Lone Wolf, your level was inspired by a supernova level. Looking forward to that. Thank you once again, Cloud Crazy. Glad we could get you in quickly today. And welcome, Lantis. Good to see you here. Thank you, Zankoth, for submission. Okay, Lost Lone Wolf, let's take a look at W2B. And yeah, Cloud Crazy, thank you for submitting. And folks who do get cleared from the queue, you're always welcome to submit additional levels so long as the queue remains open. It's just that I might take a while to get to the end, as you know. Male64 is going to request Pinky and the Brain. We'll switch to the Brain for the next attempt after I get into the level, since I don't want to punch into code twice. Mario went surfing at night. Now he has to avoid the sawfish. Night surfing. Interesting. Okay, SMB3 night theme of some sort. And Electro Dude's going to request 131. Yeah, we'll do that when we're paused to set up the next character. It's going to be Night Sky here. Okay. Pinky and the Brain. Well, I mean, Toadette is pink, and Toadette is also clearly the brains of the operation, so that's who it's going to be. And let's do a quick reading of number 131 before we proceed any further. All right, here it is. William Shakespeare, sonnet number 131. I don't think I've done this one on stream before. Thou art as tyrannous, so as thou art, as those whose beauties proudly make them cruel. For well thou knowest, to thy dear doting heart, thou art the fairest and most precious jewel. Yet in good faith some say that thee behold, thy face hath not the power to make love groan. To say they err, I dare not be so bold, although I swear to it myself alone. And to be sure that is not false, I swear 1,000 groans, but thinking on thy face, one on another's neck do witness bear, thy black is fairest in my judgment's place. In nothing art thou black save in thy deeds, and thence this slander, as I think, proceeds. And like Mang was saying, let's get back to Big Brain Toadette. Or we will in a moment after. You know what? Let's do it now. Start over. There we go. Big Brain Toadette. Looks like we have a jump block that displaces the Thwomp. That's going to be interesting. Ah, okay. I see that this is actually inspired by Supernova's Hadron Collider then. Except, of course, it's at perhaps a more manageable speed for mere mortals who are not traveling at the speed of particles in a linear accelerator. Anyway, yeah, let's actually get to jumps down. Just have to calculate momentum in a night theme properly. I'm also looking at the initial bounce in that Thwomp in the intro screen. Okay, it slows down a bit and struggles. That's interesting. We just need to adjust accordingly. I mean, I'd like to get on top of the blaster, ideally, just to give myself an extra half tile of height or so, but we can't always control that landing course, and we can't spend too much time in the air, so that will just take some adjustment. Okay, just wanted to watch that Thwomp get dunked. There we are. Short bounce here. Okay, good. That's correct. Love the cannon collision at the end. Criticism saying the boss is too hard for you. I don't know if you mean a level generally or if there is a boss segment at the end we haven't seen yet. But we'll find out in a moment. The jump marker here is pretty clear. I just want to make that landing accurately, of course. And yeah, we do want to bounce off the cannonball. It is time that the cannonball should fire consistently in that location. I keep getting into that segment assuming that I'm just going to have a landing on the cannon itself and need to build up a dash, but nope, it's just going to be a bounce. And down we go. And then the Thwomp slows down. It's a little off camera at that point, but the marker is clear enough that we can't trust it. Lone Wolf, you're saying the indicators can be a bit off because it depends on when you jump? Oh, I don't know about that. Let's take a look at where that's happening. Oh, yeah, you mean in terms of relative to the cannonball position. I see what you mean. That's okay. I'm not too fussed about that. I mean, I'm not a player who tends to aim for indicators, so the fact that it's just generally signaling that you are supposed to aim for a cannonball works out well enough for me. And that's partly because, you know, the entire history of professionally developed platforming games has kind of trained me to react to interactive objects rather than to abstract positional markers. And Mario Maker levels are kind of unique in that regard in terms of having players read target positions rather than target objects, if you know what I mean. And of course, it's necessary for certain setups to work. But relative to classic platforming games, including the Mario series itself, it is actually kind of unconventional. And it's easy to lose sight of that if you're mostly just playing things like jump levels all the time, for instance. Okay, we do need to trust that. We didn't correct properly outside of the last bounce on the cannonball there. Was fairly clear what was supposed to happen. I just didn't know if I was going to hit the timing. Put a cannon to rescue me. But it looks like we should treat it as something reliable and go straight for the marker and the bounce. There we go. Wonder if there was some kind of reachable bonus up there, of course, off the last cannonball, but we won't try it. Yeah, let's not do the first jump until we need to get over, of course. Otherwise, I just don't have much of an opportunity to oops, land and continue, so. Yeah, pardon the bot spam. We should probably get that under control soon, in fact. Supernova, do you happen to be on PC or have access to the mod tools now while we're waiting on Electrodude as well? Anyway, let me know. And yeah, sorry about the spam. Thank you, Lone Wolf, for the follow, so acknowledging you doesn't get buried. Ah, criticism, you were talking about Mail's level. Yes, you said that earlier. Yeah. Yeah, Electrodude, I know there is a bot that does ban them. I only heard about that earlier today, in fact, and I didn't manage to get that set up for the stream. And apparently even that bot is actually under a lot of strain today in terms of being able to handle all the requests that streamers are making. I really do need to build up a lot more momentum there on that jump. Yeah, sorry about the last few attempts here, Lone Wolf. We've, of course, been a little bit distracted, but we only want to bounce on one cannonball there because we need to preserve the second one for the second bounce up top. And, yeah, Lone Wolf, I'm aware of what to do with the momentum here. I'm just not executing it well. I know what the intended path is supposed to be. So I don't think it's a problem with that being unclear. However, we seem like we're missing a cannonball there, probably because of the way that I was off-screen from the cannonballs at that point. So we'll see if we can get that last bit after the Goomba to behave a little more reliably. Yeah, it went too high and despawned the cannons. You want to be careful with stuff like that in terms of camera positioning. Because that's the kind of death that can really catch a player off guard in ways they can't really control. Since it depends almost entirely on how high they choose to jump on the previous jump, right? So, yeah, as you can see, the cannonball timing, of course, was slightly manipulated there by when I was getting them back into camera position and back into view of the level. And that's the kind of thing that's really difficult for a player to adjust around. But we'll try to do high jumps here and just make it across. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I feel like the bit that's camera dependent at the end is potentially a little bit of an issue, but everything else was pretty clean. Kind of enjoyed that slow mode take on Supernova's Hadron Collider concept, so a nice variation on that sort of setup. Thank you for all the GGs. Let's mark that as a win. And, yeah, Mia Big Nico, or however I should pronounce it. I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. Okay, let's take a look at your level as well, since you're clearly here. It'll be 632 F557YG. And yeah, thank you, Lone Wolf, for submitting. 0 clears on this level that has been around since December of 2020. True climbers can do this one. I don't know if I'm a true climber, but we'll give it a try. And yeah, Blue Blur, I do completely expect that, given how long I run the queue, that some people who are further back will be sometimes watching multiple streams. That's absolutely normal. Is this just a sequence of wall jumps all the way up? Surely. Well, I mean, we could do the spin. You know, the twirl in 3D World doesn't help me so much. Invisible block, maybe? I doubt it. Because I was thinking, you know, you just sort of suspend yourself in the air and manage to do spin jumps all the way up the staircase if you can. You actually lose a bit of your angle in 3D World with the twirl, unlike in NSMB, so... I wonder if there's something that I'm seriously missing here, but... Like, you get all the skip squeaks up. I wonder if the skip squeaks tell you something useful about timing, or if they're just there to give you a bit of visual display for jumping with you. So it looks very clearly like I can, in fact, make the first wall jump there, and then have successive wall jumps that are repositioned by the columns becoming narrower. I think I can probably make it, but it's hard to tell. Yeah, you're saying yes, visual display. Interesting. Because the only thing I can think of so far is to high jump into this as much as you can, try to get that corner on the first wall jump, and then go up with successive wall jumps off the top corners without hitting your head. I don't see what else is really possible, and it's possible that I am not mechanically able to do this. Nobody else seems to be able to either, in fact. Let's take a look quickly at the outside, because I don't know if I can do this one. 34-second clear check, and it looks like that's exactly what there is to it. No clears. So is this just a pure mechanical thing, or is there something to solve here? I mean, it looks like it is just a pure mechanical thing of getting the wall jump timings perfect. And if that's the case, I don't think I can do it. So I'm willing to play a different one, because I don't think I can do this one, basically. Like, I can look at it right now, and I think we'll just be jumping around in that screen for the next little while. But I'm totally willing to pick something different. Time to waste, 0%. A lot of things that are really super low percent here. Crouch, then do a shell jump. That's interesting. We might be able to. Let's do something that has a non-trivial clear rate, perhaps. Forgotten Keys. 0.61, we could potentially do that one. Sure. Let's take a look at some of this. Wow, lots of stuff that's uncleared. Lots of stuff that's uncleared despite having a decent number of plays on them, in fact. So I don't think we'll be going for a first clear today. We can do something like Forgotten Keys. That seems reasonably popular. Let's give it a look. And yeah, Mang Adventure for babies who don't yet have a lot of assumptions about this game in terms of how it works. Yeah, super tight corners all around, actually. Although you can probably wall jump off the ground tile to the left, or sorry, to the right of the on-off block, and maybe that's the idea. You wall jump off that tile, and then you can get up to the vine. And then you can slide down and wall jump again off up to the vine up top. Let's try to do that, of course. Oops. There we go. Slide down. And then, yeah, that's much more doable. Because that one you can actually strategize around. Here it looks like it's going to be clearly wall slide down to left side when the Muncher's giving an opportunity to do so. Ooh, this is pretty tight looking. But luckily saw blades are... grinders rather, are going to give me some room. This looks like it's going to be a wall jump off the tile that's below the door. Just some short jumps across. This is going to be landing on the outside tiles of the blue platforms. Possibly we can cling to the vine after the first jump. Yeah, no, I think that's doable. That's doable. Being super amazing at this game must be a blessing and a curse. Oh, I don't know about that. I guess people start having expectations for how you play. I forgot the key. Interesting. We'll keep that in mind. Just figuring out the jumps for the time being, so. Oh, you mean... No, we definitely got past this room, so... This key was not so much of an issue. Plenty of room to line up here, thankfully, so... We can probably get to a consistent position from not sliding off the trampoline the whole time. And here we go. Oh, this key, yeah. That's rather important. In fact, that helps you jump quite a bit better. There I should actually probably go... No, I can't go up to the vine. I don't think I'll be able to jump off of that safely. And yeah, next GM, it seems like Mia's profile is very much a kind of profile that says, like, I can beat these clear checks. I can beat tons of these clear checks. Can you do likewise? And I think a lot of players are just going to say, no, we can't. So congratulations on getting through those clear checks. That seems like it must have required some effort, or at least some very specific knowledge of mechanical trickery, precision trickery that I don't know much about. Whoops, let's actually make that wall jump. Oops. We'll be able to make that eventually. We've done it a few times before. I'm not actually too concerned about this early jump here. I think every room we've seen so far looks pretty manageable, in fact. Not hard to read in terms of what you have to do. And Mang was saying earlier that I'm apparently an expert at this game. I'm really glad you think so, considering the hour that we spent doing the cake in Stepping on Sonic not too long ago. Yeah, the hitbox here on the blue platforms is actually fairly generous. You can, in fact, land dead center and survive. You'll beat Adventure for Babies. I'm sure you will, actually. Mang is a super expert at this game. Both a player and a maker. Buzzy Shell needs to hit the POW. You jump on top of the Buzzy Shell, you get up to the right, you wall jump up to the P-switch. The claw drop is going to drop on the Buzzy as long as the claw is kind of swinging a little bit on the right side rather than the left, because the Buzzy has to be projected to the left. After you jump on it, in fact, because it needs to be in shell form for the trampoline to launch it as a shell. It hits the POW, you wall jump up to the P, you have to land on top of the spring after that, I think, and you get plenty of distance to get up to the key, although the shell should be bouncing... No, it will not be bouncing back and forth because it will also kill the muncher. Okay, that's the right idea, except we need to adjust in such a way that lands on top of the trampoline. Okay, that's fine. Oh, boy, time check. Okay, didn't realize the P-switch was going to be that tight. That was a bit of a surprise. Whoops. So basically, no time to lose once we hit the P-switch. Nope. Should have done spin jump there, actually. Okay, let's see if we can make it down. I am definitely a little bit concerned about this segment here. Whoops. Just a little too slow. I wonder if I do have to hit the shell on the way back. No, it does still need to hit the POW. Okay, because I was hoping to jump on a shell on the way back after it hits the POW. Yeah, because if you stop it like that, then it just doesn't hit. And so you can't jump on the shell right away. You do need to get onto the spring, but then you jump off the spring immediately, I think. That was not so obvious to me, but yeah, you can definitely go and have plenty of time to spare, and then the main thing after that is to retrieve the key quickly. Yeah, ideally I want to drop down to the key immediately instead of wasting time on claw. But I think I can manage this with a couple of minor improvements. And yeah, Der Bescheidwisser. Thank you for dropping 2p co-op. Took me a moment to realize that the massive dump of text that you dropped in here was not in fact a German word. Although, Der Bescheidwisser, you might want to be careful because there has been a huge spam bot problem on a lot of the Twitch channels of my scale today, and you don't want some mod to accidentally mistake you for a spam bot. I mean, here we are. Okay, good, no more P's. Or no more key timing. Okay, I can't see where I'm going here. That's a bit of an issue. But you get over to the right side, and then you get on top of the vine that's on the right side. Okay. You can also reuse the door and get a new P-switch. Yeah, because I guess all of this does reset, and if you reset everything, then you don't actually need to spend time getting the key if you want to optimize that timing a little bit. Because the second time around, there's no need to go down to the key once you've unlocked the door once. Prashad Visser, the thing about the raid boss is that, as far as I'm aware, they kind of lurk, but then once you reach something like a certain threshold of follows, then that trips some kind of condition that triggers them to spam the chat. And that's what's been happening to a lot of people. Whoops, totally missed. We can do the double P switches before then. And then this time we'll just go directly. Yeah, if I think that I'm a little behind on my timing, then that would be the way to potentially rescue it. Mail64, thank you so much for submitting the level earlier. And Blue Blur, you found Stream Family number 2. Do let me know who it was. It's probably somebody we know. Maybe. Whoops. But yeah, lots of good Mario Maker programming at all hours on Twitch. This is going to be too slow. Let's maybe redo it. Much too slow, given the time spent on the claw. Oh, Beta Blaster. I actually don't know who that is. I don't think. But I'm glad you're enjoying that. Well, keep an eye out. I don't know if that's also a Maker streamer that you're talking about. But yeah, like I said, we'll keep an eye out. Okay. Okay, this key here. There we go. And then up on this buzzy and out. Ah, Smash Brothers streamer, I see. 1-ups, and then we pick a pipe. Let's go left. Ah, okay, symmetrical. That's fine. Ah, Thwomp Cloud. Or not, Winged Thwomp, rather. Not Thwomp Cloud. We'll just ride Thwomp over, and oh, I see. Okay. Kind of a cool concept, actually, except, of course, you don't have a lot of flexibility in positioning, so I'm sort of wondering about potential issues that can happen with Boom Boom's movement pattern, depending on where he falls, but we'll sort that out as we go. We do need to retain the spin jump at all times. I don't want to drop Boom Boom on top of the plant, because we'll have some issues. But of course, staying on the spin jump does mean that if Boom Boom is on shell form, I should still be able to survive. Yeah, interesting constraint here with the grinder in this position. Just restricting some space. Okay, let's stay high after Boom Boom is on shell form. This is actually not too bad. Really interesting Thwomp movement pattern, though, in terms of the way it moves back and forth in this fight. Let's just find a safe opportunity. No need to rush this. We need a good exit strategy here anyway, so. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Wall jump. Okay. Just didn't react to it very quickly. Madcat, you will not be lost watching this at all. The only thing you need to know about Guardians of the Galaxy is that it stars Mario's voice actor. Unless I got all the Hollywood actors named Chris mixed up with each other, which sometimes happens. Seems like a fairly recent thing for a lot of Hollywood actors to be named Chris. There aren't a lot of classic actors that are named Chris. There are a lot of classic actors named Christopher, you know, like Christopher Plummer, Christopher Walken, who's still around, of course. But it seems like marketing the actors as Chris. Like, you know, Chris Pine, Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans? Yeah. Like, that's a fairly recent thing. Seems very distinctly 21st century. Whoops. Natcat, I don't know. I mean, I'll see the film, but... we'll see how it turns out. The thing about a lot of Hollywood fare these days is that even when it is just competent and entertaining, it tends to be pretty forgettably so. But the nice thing about something like a Nintendo film is that at least there will be probably a decent amount of trivia for us to look at and recognize and spot Easter eggs, even if it's not necessarily going to be artistically significant. Certainly hope it turns out well, but... we'll see how it goes. Okay, wall jump off of this side. Natcat, I did not see the Sonic film, nor did I see Detective Pikachu. I'm not up to speed on video game adaptations, particularly those in live action. Anyway, thank you for that, Mia. I'm glad we managed to find something decently clearable. I actually feel like the clear rate is lowballing this. I feel like this is much easier than something like a 0.6. Like, significantly easier than something like a 0.6. In that, each room here actually had a pretty manageable margin of error. Like, it wasn't something really super tight or technical at any point, as long as you just read the timings and the spacing properly. So, I enjoyed that one a lot, actually, so thank you very much. And unfortunately, we're not a true climber, so we're not doing that one. Let's call it a win, why not? Thank you once again, Mia. Let's, shall we move on? Okay, next GM. You are, in fact, the next GM. From now on, you need to put Koopas on Munchers. Well, you don't need to. Nobody's going to make you. But you can do some pretty interesting things with Munchers in terms of positioning as well. And I know, of course, next GM, just how much you love having Koopas walking around most of your levels. Light Kaizo, 1 checkpoint, yeah. As far as community terminology goes, I find that even though the levels tend to be good, I find that the terminology Light Kaizo isn't really necessarily that useful. You pick up the Buzzy Shell off the mole. It's actually fairly clear. And because that kind of mole setup usually indicates a pickup. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I guess that works, and that if you're going to call anything like Kaizo, yeah, this definitely qualifies. But here we are. Whoops. Criticism, hopefully you can stick with the game again. And yeah, criticism, you know, I had a 1-year gap between my most recent level and my second most recent level. For those who have not played my most recent level, if you do so, you can come back and look at the video of the behind-the-scenes documentary that I did, the editor tour that we showed off last week, where I go into quite a bit of detail and also spoil every single secret. We did one last year as well for the 4YMM level, although I don't have the link handy. But yeah, anyway, criticism, the point I'm getting at is that it's fine to be away from the game for a while and come back. Some makers disappear for a while sometimes and just come back very refreshed and delivering even better stuff than they ever made before, so. Sometimes you just need a little bit of space to just get in the right mindset, play some other games, do other things with your life, and just find that motivation to finish stuff again. Whoops. You're still making traditionals and you broke Dario's heart. Oh, I know, because next GM, Dario has so many speed records on your traditional levels. I've seen him all over the world records on yours. And Zankoth, I agree. I always love dropping by Dario's stream. He's a very frequent raid target of ours. Like I was saying to people at the beginning of the stream, just because of the bot situation today, we may not be raiding somebody at the end, depending on how things go, depending on whether there's a causal relationship there. And Aegis Cook, thank you so much for the subscription. It's always a pleasure to see your levels on the stream. And yeah, very grateful, Aegis Cook, for, first of all, your support, and secondly, your comment art. Because for those who have not been following the 5 and 6YM levels, Aegis Cook, who made the Super Spiny Brothers level, has been delivering spectacular comment illustrations throughout the span of the project. And so, do check that out. Do read the comments for once in your life. And not just because you can see all the people who are whining, like, oh, it's not 6YMM, it's 5YMM, because they can't count. No, there's actually some great comment art in a lot of those, and Aegis Cook is one of the people responsible, though. And yeah, really appreciate the sub. Whoops. And Bershide Visor, you wanted to make a level with Evgar after your break. I'll read that in a moment. Sorry, I was only halfway through the message when I back into the level. Oh, just to realize your gimmick is cheesable from every given situation, yeah. Yeah, I haven't heard from Evgar in a long time, actually, but I know Evgar had worked on this concept that was very close to completion before it was basically hit by a Nintendo patch last year as well. But if I remember, Evgar has pretty good kind of glitch knowledge and mechanics knowledge that Nintendo is likely to stomp on, so. Okay, we do kind of need to do a medium bounce, sir. I can't just rely on a short bounce the whole way. I can bounce on the ceiling as well. Yeah, it's a little hard to plan to jump if I do that. I think a medium bounce is probably the best idea. Yeah, much more comfortable. Okay, plenty of room here. Yeah, you really do need to trust that marker because I can't see where I'm landing at that point. That's one thing you do want to be careful about is camera positioning when you are building high enough to let the camera scroll above the midpoint boundary. Usually for things like lava levels where you have a very precise selection of targets that you're actually allowed to land on, you do want the player to be able to see their feet. I mean, here you do have enough room to adjust. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's well within the range of difficulty that's appropriate, but some things can feel blind if you are scrolling up and down in terms of not being able to see whether you're going to be headed for a high bounce or a short bounce when you land, which was part of the issue that I had at the depth location just now. So, just something to watch out for. Koopa timing didn't quite work out for me that time, but we probably could have done that jump a lot better. Yeah, and criticism, oddly enough, I find that in certain sectors of the community that's still active, a lot of things about traditional level design is actually underappreciated, which is sort of strange when you consider that most of us do come from a background in playing standard old Mario, and should be able to recognize when traditional design is good, but part of it, as I've often commented on in the past, is that compared to things like Kaizo levels, trolls, precision, etc., traditional levels are often straightforward enough that they don't get a lot of airtime, and so the appearance is of a community that doesn't seem to care very much about them. But when you look at it closely, it's not that people don't like the levels, it's more that they get through them quickly enough that they don't really get much time in the sun, particularly because people aren't spending a lot of time doing things like secret hunts and optional content, which, unfortunately, Mario Maker doesn't motivate very well internally. And so yeah, lots of people love playing traditional levels, but I feel like the sort of community atmosphere understates that in a very dramatic way. So, anyway, up we go. And Derbyshire Visser, yeah, I see what you're saying about the mechanic that you were working on. Whoops. Yeah, still losing a little bit too much forward momentum in that location there. Okay. Still a couple of corrections we need to make to get this to work out cleanly. Yeah, losing a lot of forward momentum there. As you can see, that's what's happening is when I'm landing on a shell that's immediately after the on-off switch, I'm pulling back a little bit, and because I'm losing forward momentum, I can't get onto the shell after that. So I'm backing up too aggressively after I hit the on-off switch, and I kind of need to land on the Koopa from left to right when I launch the shell onto the on-off switch, and that's something that I'm not doing very well. Sometimes I'm sort of going down towards a dead center, and that is not going to work out well. So we'll try to make that little correction. You know, the interesting thing, Next GM, is that even though this is a little outside your usual style, it still kind of feels like one of your levels in that it's kind of like somebody is just doing the speed route on one of your levels by bouncing on a red Koopas constantly. Which, even in your traditional levels, happens fairly often. Look at that, we actually re-grabbed a shell, which I didn't expect. I don't think it cheeses anything, as far as I know, but it does allow you to potentially skip one jump later if you're doing another shell pickup, I suppose, but we're not going to try to replicate that. It is possible, but we're not going to really do that too intentionally, I think. Whoops. Streamer told you your name should be the next Koopa, yeah. Next GM, considering that you've made literally hundreds of levels at this point, I think you have actually created a population of a couple bajillion Koopas. And yeah, Natcat story levels for sure. Natcat, I'm thinking specifically of stuff that's really thematic, like stuff that Persia makes, for instance. Natcat, although I think a big part of that is the loss of the amiibo costumes. I feel like the loss of the amiibo costumes single-handedly killed a ton of interest in doing story or thematically driven levels that was present in Maker 1. I think that's by far the hardest thing that was hit, in fact, by... The thing that was hardest hit, rather, by the loss of the Mystery Mushroom. You know, if you think about some of the really well-known classics in Maker 1, like that Mission Impossible level, for instance, with Triforce Link. If you played Maker 1, I think you know which level I'm talking about. Stuff like that doesn't translate well without the use of costumes. Zancod, why did it not return? Well, I mean, we can only speculate. I know that at least some of the costumes would have had some licensing restrictions on them in the long term because Nintendo made so many partnerships with third parties, as well as things like Japanese game shows and other things like that. But in terms of first-party stuff that's supported by the Amiibo, I'm not really sure. It was widely speculated at the beginning of Maker 2 that the implementation of multiplayer might have a lot to do with it, because what do you do with distinguishing the 4 playable characters if you add Amiibo costumes on top of that? Natcat, I actually didn't know there was another Mission Impossible in Mario Maker 2 by the same creator. I wasn't aware of that at all, but Natcat tends to be way ahead of me when it comes to knowing what a lot of those makers have been up to. I think we can do this. This is well within my comfort zone. I just need to work out some of the accuracy issues. Of course, I was really caught off guard by that one landing after the coin trail earlier on, so... And yeah, Mang, if it's mission 99% impossible, it means that the clear rate must be around 1%, which is actually fairly reasonable. And yeah, as far as streamers playing traditional levels go, I think it's very true that when it comes to streaming content, that if you're doing a traditional level, you know, the thing that it isn't showing off is how stylish the streamer is at playing the game, right? The thing you're showing off is the level design, and so the content has to be appreciating what the maker put into the level, and for a lot of streamers, that's not the thing they specialize in. They specialize in doing really cool tricks or showing off how good they are as players, and of course it's very entertaining to watch. But it's not the kind of thing that takes the traditional level and sort of personalizes it into an experience that's very specific to that player's perspective, if you get my meaning. Because I feel like somebody who's playing a lot of traditional levels really does have to appreciate them kind of like a bit of a tourist who's paying attention to the finer points of the decoration and bonus rooms and whatever else. Yeah, still having trouble with that jump there, but we'll see. Mang has made a story level before. I'm not sure if Mang is referring to Level Creme or to the Space Bunny trilogy, but I'm sure that's something like that. Oh yeah, Mang, there was also that wind level that was about the fishermen in Yorkshire. I guess that's a story level. Yeah, that landing. I think I'm just throwing the shell late. If I'm throwing the shell that late, then my momentum correction is not going to work out very well. Because I want to come in at a lower angle on that particular Koopa, so... Yeah, definitely there's going to be a bit of variation in Koopa height as well, depending on how high you're taking each of your jumps as you go along. Okay, that's much smoother. And as you can see, the Koopa timing didn't work well at all that time because we just backed up too much. You kind of need to do shorter bounces all the way. You don't really get a chance to predict that Koopa height when it comes to getting into that segment, though. So it does feel like it's a depth that's a little bit outside of the control of the player in terms of predictability. Because it is easy to get into a state where the Koopas are just high and it is impossible to make that jump if you just go in with wrong timing. And if you go into wrong timing, if you go in with the wrong timing, rather, it's very difficult to spot what the right timing should be. I guess you should just go as fast as possible when those flying Koopas are spawned in, because the faster you go, the lower they are at that point in their pattern. And yeah, sorry I'm not keeping up with 100% of the comments about level design. I am trying to skim them as I can between attempts, but I can't quite respond to everything in detail. Yeah, criticism and Dervish Advisor, I do see what you're seeing. Saying, rather. And yeah, as far as vertical SMB1 desert levels go, I mean, that's partly because those ground tile columns are so nice to look at and add so much variety. It's those little thematic quirks like that. I actually kind of wish we had more of them. The example I always point to is that in the SMB3 water themes, of course, you have the jellyfish replacing the spike tiles, and it looks so much better. Because the thing about the spike tiles as well as one-way panels, to some extent, is that as elements that were introduced into Mario Maker purely for functional purposes, they just look like they're 100% functional, and they don't blend into any theme. Like, they clash with absolutely everything. And it's stuff like seeing the jellyfish in the SMB3 theme that makes you appreciate how much platformers typically do to disguise functional elements in a way that's still very easily readable. And yeah, the water themes in general are kind of underrated. Like, they have often great doodads and semi-solids and background art as well in the themes that do have background art. Okay, go fast. There we go. There we go. High bounce. Off the bottom, shell pickup. And it looks like that's midpoint. So we finally got through that. This level taught you it's hard to make a Kaizo that's challenging and also forgiving. Yeah, the thing about difficulty next GM is that, you know, it's not always a matter of is this harder or is this easier. Like, if you're thinking about difficulty, it's always important to think about, okay, why is this hard? Is it hard because of the jump adjustment? Is it hard because of the spacing? Is it hard because of the readability, etc.? And when you're doing difficulty tuning, it's more a matter of sorting out the reason that things are difficult rather than how difficult they are, and picking the reasons for being difficult that are most fun for the player. And I think that's a much more productive way to think about difficulty than to just say, oh, this is too hard or this is too easy, let's, you know, fix the clear rate here and there. The style of difficulty and the reason for the difficulty are things that matter a lot. And yeah, criticism, I find that when it comes to NSMBU and Mario 1, which are kind of polar opposites in terms of mechanical flexibility, that both of those styles are challenging for those reasons in some ways. That, you know, in New Soup, you have to plan around so much potential freedom for the player in terms of not letting them break stuff with wall jumps and twirls and ground pound cancels and the rest. But you also just have a lot more space to play with because those techniques are possible. In SMB1, you have all these restrictions on, for example, being able to carry items or being able to slide down slopes. But at the same time, that creates a lot of level design that's not possible in the other themes because those restrictions allow you to create interactions that the other themes would simply break. And it's always a strength and a weakness, I think. And I sort of like the fact that those distinctions remain between the different styles, even though there is so much that is mechanically shared in terms of the engine between the standard non-3D world styles in a game. And yeah, Brashad Visser, I'm really glad that for SMB3 Castle and SMB3 Night Castle in particular, they managed to do so much to capture the spirit of the original game and also just give you this really glowing color palette to work with. Yeah, one thing that's really frequently pointed out, I think, is that the representation of NSMBU in the Mario Maker games is not nearly as pretty as the original NSMBU. That for all of the complaints that people had about the seeming homogeneity of the New Soup style over the 4 New Soup games, a lot of things like the background art as well as a lot of mechanical elements in New Super Mario Bros. U are actually really pretty stunning. And are underappreciated, in fact. Like, people remember stuff like the Vincent van Gogh stage in the Poison World, but there's a lot of stuff like that in the backgrounds and in the artwork in general. Look at these Koopas just kind of bouncing back and forth and making it a little tricky for me to see their center position, just because their heads bob this way and that. If you stay reasonably centered, though, I should be able to hit them reliably. I mean, it partly looks like the Little Timmy style because so many people in Maker 1 in particular build that way. But it's true that there are a lot of things that don't blend as well, like some of the curves on the ground tiles, or... one thing that actually puts me off about the New Soup style very often is that some of the greens actually are muted in the same way that blend together in a very ugly way. Like, if you look at how in some of those styles the vines blend with certain semi-solids, like, it's a much uglier kind of green that just kind of comes out as a bit of a mush. There is a hot air balloon outside. You haven't seen one in so long, you were questioning if they actually exist. Oh, yeah, I mean... I haven't seen one in a long time as well. The one time that I've been in a hot air balloon, it did not actually leave the ground. Like, I got to sit in the basket for a while we were preparing for takeoff, and then storm conditions were beginning to set in, and so we just swayed in the basket for a while and got back out. This was quite a while ago, though. Also, everybody in the hot air balloon was in tuxedos. It was that kind of event. Actually, Meng, Zeppelins have been making a bit of a comeback for some specialized purposes. I know that they were sort of looked at as a very economical option for things like aerial observation in polar exploration. in fact. That people doing, like, surveying close to the North Pole and such, for instance, were. We can do that as a shell jump, but it's not really wise. That was totally accidental. I was trying to do the up throw. That's like the second time I've successfully done that as a shell jump, in fact. Accidentally. Yeah, the Koopas swing back and forth in that tile really make things a little bit tricky art-wise, even though the hitbox shouldn't have too much variance to it. And yeah, thank you to the patience of people behind this one on the queue. We had a couple of short levels before this one, so I don't mind taking my time to get the clear. It's kind of nice to give this a full playtest for NextGM, who doesn't usually build in this style. But yeah, NextGM, obviously, you know, you'd be limited by entity limit and such, but the swaying Koopas kind of add a little bit of the appearance of unreliability to it, even though they're in a fairly consistent position. Like, they can visually throw off the player a bit, so I think it's better in some ways to have an element that sits still. I mean, a lot of enemies do this, unless you mount them on other static enemies. Like, Wigglers also do this if you don't mount them. But as you can see, when you look at something like the mole on top of Muncher with the shell pickup there, it's just a very stable target, and particularly with the short bounce sections where you're going over multiple Koopas at a time, you don't want the artwork to be throwing off the player necessarily. I mean, it's still manageable, it's just something that can psychologically trick you out. But yeah, I love Zeppelins. Zeppelins are wonderful machines. Dirigibles, as it were. You were worried about running out of enemies, yes. And yeah, that's why a lot of Muncher stacking happens, it's just as a stabilizing tool. The other thing, of course, just being the winged Koopa patterns that we saw earlier in terms of making sure the player can actually consistently make it to them in ways that are predictable. I think this level is in generally a pretty good shape, though. It is manageable for me, I'm making a lot of mistakes, but fundamentally I'm dying to things that look very clearable and easy to understand, and so for something that's like a first attempt at a level in this style, I actually think this is pretty strong. Yeah, obviously you do have to be a bit careful about the headroom in certain locations here. Natcat, I've had some stuff that's in the works for a while, which I just have to finish at some point. I mean, as I always say, my draft box is just full of prototypes that are maybe one-room mechanical demos that haven't been developed into anything yet, but I have a few things that are maybe at 70 or 80% completion, and which I just need to get back to and fix sometimes, because one of the reasons why I might have abandoned them is if things were a little bit broken in ways I didn't know how to fix, but hopefully I can go back to that at some point. Blue Blur, no, I don't think I said anything about you. Not recently, anyway. Yeah, pretty satisfying when you do get those consecutive Koopa bounces down, of course. Yeah, criticism, here's the thing about traditional levels, is that you realize when you build traditional levels that, or even play a lot of traditional levels, that so much of the traditional format, as defined by the classic Super Mario Bros. Games, was built around the expectation that things like lives and coins would matter, and that the player would actually feel motivated to explore and replay levels and all that. Because you can't make the player do any of that stuff, right? Like, they have to just kind of do it of their own volition for fun or for some kind of continuous game-wide objective. The Super World format did kind of address that a bit. Sort of. It was set back a little bit by the way things like the continues worked, and it's set back by the fact that you cannot replay levels on the Super World map, which I think is extremely unfortunate. Natcat, I've been having huge problems with follower bots. I received 2 waves of them today. I actually disabled raids to my stream in case any friendly streamer accidentally brings more follower bots with them. Which I heard might be a problem. I don't think it's actually a problem, but I wasn't quite sure, so for defensive purposes, I actually disabled incoming raids for this stream, just to see if it would help. It did not help. I received probably about 50 follower bots in 2 separate waves today. I was hoping to get some of that cleaned up earlier, and actually gave Electrodude a mod appointment earlier, so we could have some of that mopped up. I might need to appoint a few more mods, actually, just to get a bit of cleanup done if people are willing to do so. And yeah, Natcat, at some point after the stream, I'll need to look at some of the mass banning tools. It has not been this bad in a while. Like, I've thankfully been spared a lot of the bot problems recently. I mean, about a month ago, everybody was getting hit, of course, as you know. And yeah, thank you so much, Electrodude. I really do appreciate it. We'll probably get you some help at some point as well, and hopefully it's manageable for the time being. I didn't know that about the Super Worlds multiplayer format, in fact, but that's because I've never really done co-op in this game. And yeah, Natcat, I heard about that as well. I also heard that Servbot was being kind of overstretched today. Like, the person who runs it did put out a message saying that the performance has a bit of an issue. Zankoth, for the most part, it shouldn't matter, except there are some streamers who get massively hit by spam messages when a certain condition is meant to trigger the bots. Like, the bots are basically like sleeper agents in a way, where they kind of flag your stream as a target for unexpected abuse. At least that's what some speed streamers have been experiencing. I've not received that, thankfully, but yeah, because I tried just sort of ignoring them for a while, and that was still not really ideal. Once again, thanks to the patience of people remaining in queue. I will be clear about when I do last call today. I'm hopefully able to run a little longer today after having a few sessions of shorter queues recently. Okay, still having a little bit of trouble there, of course. And Rex, thank you for your maker code. Next GM, you've never held up a queue before? Yeah, usually you send me stuff that's just over in a few minutes. That's okay. I mean, we haven't really done too many levels of this kind of tuning today, and so I don't mind spending some time on it and giving you a proper playthrough. And yeah, when I do play traditional levels on the stream, I try not to just blast through them. I do try to show off some of their strengths, hopefully, so when we get around to some of those later, we'll hopefully give you folks a proper experience. Because like I was saying, like basically there's this mismatch between Nintendo's own Nintendo-style levels and the incentives and structures that are in Mario Maker in either the Endless format or the Super World format. And it's become increasingly obvious to me with time that, you know, like if you're just sort of imitating what Nintendo does with things like one-up placements, bonus coin rooms, shortcuts, etc., or other things that motivate replayability, you still can't make the player do it. And the problem is that secrets hunting is so non-standard at this point in Mario Maker that most players assume that it's not something that's worth doing. In fact, one of the most distinct features of the Years of Mario Maker YMM series is that it turns out promising people tons and tons of cake is one of the few things that will actually get them to replay levels for secret hunts. I've never seen people as engaged with secrets hunting as when they've been promised cake. And it seems to be one of the few things in this game that has been successful at getting people to even try that. And of course, you know, not all of them do. A lot of players will still just assume, okay, secrets, they don't matter. And yeah, Egg is cooked. There's so many secrets in your super world that have never been discovered. You got 2 super worlds. I'm not sure which one you mean. The SMP3 one or the Super Mario World one. But of course, like I was saying, it's no surprise when Nintendo just doesn't let you return to the levels on the map and you have to seek them out manually and remember which ones had something suspicious that you might have bypassed. There's actually one secret in one of my earliest levels here that I'm pretty sure has never been discovered. Otherwise, somebody would have thought to leave a comment there. It's pretty well hidden, though. It's probably excessively hidden. Not in an invisible or off-screen way, but just, as I discovered with watching people struggle with my 6YMM cake last week, that players can have a bit of tunnel vision when they see easy rooms that are easy to speed through, and when they just see, okay, straight path to the exit, let's just go. It's in those kinds of rooms in particular where they don't think to check stuff without spoiling anything. Like, there are certain kinds of rooms that players would just sort of mentally perceive as uninteresting or as things they can just exit immediately, and they won't bother checking them. And it's entirely a tunnel vision thing that is, I think, very, very exploitable. Whoops. And yeah, criticism. It's not about likes, it's about a level of engagement. I think that that's one of the things that makes the experience on Twitch, particularly the viewer level experience, so valuable, that having somebody really kind of take their time in exploring your level properly in a live and interactive setting is worth more than just 100 random likes from strangers, you know? Like, you get a much more direct response for what works and what doesn't, and also just a much greater sense of moment-to-moment appreciation of the work that you put in. Okay, let's try to do this properly. This is about as far as I've made it. Nope. Pretty close, though, I think. And Ziggsy, yeah, I guess if you don't have the Switch Online subscription, I guess a lot of things get cut off in terms of things that you have to log in to see. I mean, somebody else can log into your maker code and presumably they can see your statistics for you, but... I had 4 Koopas left after the point. Yeah, it seemed subjectively like I was very close to the finish, for sure. Just so people are aware, it is fairly likely that I will close the queue at the end of this level, so this is going to be last call for the next little bit. So do try to sneak your submissions in if you're not already in the queue. Otherwise, you'll probably miss that opportunity. Especially if we have some longer levels coming up. For anybody who is new to the queue here, I do typically run through everybody who makes it in before queue closing. After queue closing, I'm usually on for about another 2 hours or so. Sometimes more. Okay, let's go here. Oh, too high. Took too long there, and those were the last 4 Koopas until the finish, presumably. Natcat adding a 0.01% bean burrito. Natcat... Mario has already regretted Taco Bell. That would just be out of the chronological sequence. So yeah, once again, having to do things in a very time-sensitive fashion so you can actually make the winged Koopas before they go up is something that you kind of need to anticipate in advance. But we're getting closer. Okay, let's not choke here. And that's the axe. Anyway, I'll take a moment to look at some of the things in chat that I may or may not have missed. I know I wasn't quite reading 100% of the messages while I was looking at this. Derbyshire Visser, levels don't stay online without membership. I think they do stay online. You just don't have access to your own data. I'm pretty sure I've played levels by people who were not subscribed actively, and who had, in some cases, quit the game. Natcat, did most of the streamers I saw find the cake? Most, yes. Some people got it really, really quickly. A few struggled terrifically with it. Yeah, Chichiri actually did a huge playthrough yesterday where he wound up giving up on the cake. And he was quite close to doing it as well, but it was one of those situations where, because he's definitely a very committed no backseat streamer who really wants to solve it himself, like he kind of got stuck for a while. I actually watched Dan G's playthrough as well. I caught up on it late. Dan G did this really funny thing where he immediately found a cake passage, didn't go for the cake because he didn't have one of the required coins, and just finished the level, liked the level, and he wasn't secrets hunting, so he just left. And he never realized how quickly he had uncovered a part of the level that some other streamers had just spent an hour trying to discover. Like, he just got it first try and had no idea that was such a big secret to everybody else. Electric Dude, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. I now have to look at chat messages that are separated by all the banned messages, but that's great. That's still wonderful. Merlin, you just began the building of 1- castles. Your world is coming along quickly. Good. Good to know. Did we mark it as a win already? I need to check this. Okay, let's pull up something from the list. As I said, I am closing at this point. I'm going to close once I pull up the next level, which is going to be a sub next. Because we had a fresh sub today from Aegis Cook that I do want to reward. And then we'll proceed down the list from there. So once I finish typing in Aegis's code, I will be closing the queue. So this is going to be a redo, and as a draft, I guess we'll give this a playtest. And yeah, thank you, NextGM, for Larry's alternating fort. We'll hopefully be able to get to that by the time you have to go. And the queue is now closed. So give me one moment to manage things on the bot and display side. And that is a fantastic thumbnail. Redo plant beds and they will give you flowers. Yeah, just one moment while I change my stream title and make sure Warp World is in sync. And yeah, okay, hopefully I didn't skip too many important messages about level design. At this stage, I get enough traffic on my stream, just enough traffic that I think I have to expect that often. I'll only be picking up some of the conversation on a partial basis. But yeah, always fun to talk level design with all of you folks, of course. It's nice to get makers who come to my stream who care about that sort of thing, and obviously care because of the effort they put into their own work. Reach the goal is Fire Mario. Lots of flowers tempting us here, and of course Link is not going to be Fire Mario, but we'll take that anyway. We can try going down to Pipe, but I'd rather explore first. No, that looks like the way forward, so we'll check the Pipe. Oh, maybe this is the temple here, or... I see that there is a potentially bombable location up top, possibly as part of the return path. I doubt that that's spawn blocking anything, but we may as well check. Oh, that's interesting. This looks like it's a vine. And the vine would, of course, grow all the way. We should actually check all of this stuff then. Particularly the one on the left in case... Whoops. In case this spot opens. Going to destroy these, of course, and then we can check the vine that's on the right side. Okay, I guess we're doing this tower first after all. Electrodude, seems like they have an automated script that puts in... oh, in terms of the name generation, yeah. Thank you so much for trying to keep pace with that, and just poor. That goes massively out of control. And yeah, it looks like we need to bomb each of these and probably reset our way down eventually so we can, at some point, spawn a vine that will go all the way up. It's not going to happen on this attempt, or on this sequence. Oh, that's very neat. Look at this. That's very neat. Before I bump that further up, actually, no, for playtesting purposes, let's bump that further up. So what's happening here? It is... Yeah, it looks like there's another sort of instant reset on the on-off switch that is off-screen past the scroll boundary. And this is using the cannon attachment to the blaster in its initial position, where the cannon gets bumped up, and then when the blaster falls back down, the cannon attaches to a new position on the blaster. Aegis Cook, as you know, cannon attachment on blasters is a potential Nintendo deletion risk. I hope it doesn't hit something like this level, because honestly, this is a very straightforward mechanic. But I know that some of the Japanese makers like Kenna and Megatoro had issues with that, with Nintendo deletions that came months after the fact. So hopefully that's not a problem, but I know that this was suspected to be something that could get you in trouble. I really hope not, because that's an extremely cool solution. Also, we can drop a bomb here, and that should blow up eventually. Eventually. Maybe we do need to have the spring underneath that, in fact, to give it an extra bump. I feel like that's theoretically doable. There we go. Hitting the on-off switch with the arrow might take you further up, yeah. Okay, let's do this once again. And you can drop those cannons. When you drop those cannons, they will realign themselves, I believe. And if they realign themselves, they should be able to shoot you diagonally upwards. Shoot the cannonballs, rather, diagonally upwards, which allows you to progress past that point. We'll just do it on one side for now. And yeah, that's going to work pretty much the way we hoped. Whoops. That's why you have a Master Sword point there, which is very helpful. We should probably just jump on it from this location. No. No, we should actually blow up both, because then we can cross over in the middle and go up and up. And yeah, Electrodude, I think somebody did make a script. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Redo. So anyway, that's what the reset room looks like. Nicely done with the hard blocks, of course, remaining destroyed, so you can just continue as before. Yeah, I hope the synchronization actually works consistently to make the cannon pattern work out. I guess that's what the reset room is potentially for. Like, if you mess up the synchronization on the cannons, when you spawn back in with the cannons on both sides simultaneously drop, then you realign the timing in case it gets messed up. I think that may be the purpose here. We need 2 columns, so we'll do that. And of course, the reset point allows you to redo this area as well, if you don't have the appropriate height off some of these jumps. Looks like this needs to go further, in fact. No, maybe it doesn't. We'll move this up a slot. Nope. Let's not get bumped by that guy. Electrodude, interestingly, you had a few follow bots as well, but they seem to have disappeared. Yeah, Twitch does jump on them at some point, because, like, obviously a lot of those same accounts will get mass reported. But you know, you don't want to be hit with anything like a sudden influx of spam before you manage to have that settled down. I mean, that's what happened with the first wave of the bot follows when they started popping up about a month or 2 ago. Okay, let's redo all this stuff. Destroy everything and just respawn on one side. I think that's probably best. Put your chat in emote-only mode when you're offline, yeah. We better destroy this side as well, so eventually when we come back we can send a vine all the way up if necessary. Probably not necessary, but we'll do that as well. Yeah, that's a good thing to do, actually. I mean, I just fear that I won't remember to turn that off. Like I said, we also turned off incoming raids today, which is why nobody has been coming by. I hope that hasn't been too much of an issue for people who do try to raid me, because We've received a lot of generous incoming traffic recently, but it's probably not part of the issue, but I heard somebody say they suspect it might be because of the potential for bots that follow you from one destination to the next. Yeah, criticism is not just the follow bot scam. So what's happening is that it's not just scam bots that are saying, you know, want to be famous or whatever. The issue with a lot of the hate raids on Twitch recently, which you might not be aware of if you haven't seen it in action, is that some smaller streamers who don't have much in the way of moderation capacity are getting mobbed by spam messages. And what happens sometimes is that if, you know, the bots just start spamming something like offensive racial slurs or something in your chat, then what happens is they can report your channel for allowing hate speech or something, and Twitch will pick that up as a bannable offense, and then you will get banned for something that the bots did to your channel. And that's something that a couple of people have reported as happening as a result of, you know, not dealing with the raid bots in a prompt fashion. That they get hit with waves of harassment, basically, if it is left unchecked. Can we bump that all the way up? Yes. Spacing there is pretty good, actually. We do want to destroy as much of this as we can, so we can send the eventual vine columns all the way to the top, but we do reset for the tower. I guess we didn't see the outside of this level past the initial tower as well. We'll go back and do that at some point, perhaps. That was not wise. I am too low now. And I guess we do need to go down for a reset pipe then. Yeah, because the idea here is that I want to go up partly and then fire arrows from the other side probably, or perhaps even use a bomb to do a delay. Oh, whoops, I should have gone up I should have gone down that pipe, rather, to do the reset in that location. Whoops. And Aegis, you said you had to refresh stream. Yeah, it's not just the out-of-the-box thinking, Aegis Cook. It's actually like this specific interaction that seemed to be a common factor in some of those Japanese makers we know getting into trouble. The cannon sticking. I know it was not an issue with Lecter's level for 4YM last year, which was with tons of cannon and thwomp columns kind of assembling themselves into a super mech. But it was a problem for the blaster ship level, like Black Ships on Blood Sea or whatever it was by Megatora last year, which got taken down. So, yeah, hopefully you don't get hit with that. But I would say that for this level, keep a backup just in case. Okay, we'll need to reload through that pipe, of course, to get through this thing here. Might as well bust as much as we can. Whoops. And yeah, Electrodude, there is I don't remember which mod is which, but there was definitely one that was if you clicked through to it, and if you had your permissions set such that some Twitch plugins were activated, that you would potentially run into issues with the bots farming your IP address. But yeah, it's really unfortunate. I hope some of this gets sorted out sooner rather than later, because you know, it's a lot of these are small and medium-sized streams that are getting hit the hardest because they don't have as much in terms of active moderation duty. bump it up slightly. Up we go. Whoops. And we'll go up this way. Yeah, criticism as far as clear conditions and checkpoints go. Yeah, the very first thing that I built Mario Maker 2, I tried to take advantage of as many of the new features as I could, including clear conditions. And I realized halfway through, because I kind of planned a level on paper or in my head or in notes before the game even launched, I realized at the last minute when I was building the level that clear conditions couldn't go with checkpoints. And then I just told myself, that's okay, players will deal with it, it'll be a sort of marathon level by design, and it'll be fun. And then, naturally, the number one thing that people complained about in the level was no checkpoint. And it's kind of fair. There's a very natural place in the level where a checkpoint probably should be, but... yeah, I remember being caught by surprise by that, and just vastly underestimating the degree to which player base would have a problem with it. I feel like we should drop a bomb. There we go. That's still not going to hit, though. We do need to jump across, maybe. Nope. Oh, now we're in trouble. Even if we do do that. Okay, let's go back to the left side. Yeah, one thing you do want to be aware of course, is that while the player can drop down to this side, when you're up above this row here, and you've moved the camera into this position, and you've been looking at this for a while, it can be difficult to remember where to drop safely. I guess dropping through the center is consistently unsafe, because you know that you want to open up that column for Refine to eventually go through. But definitely missing the reset pipe like I was doing previously was kind of unexpected. And yeah, I'm quite happy with the progression in the stage. I think it works quite well. And yeah, let's do the bomb once again. Move this up. And this should get me up high enough. Nope. Will this get me up high enough? Nope. Not safely. Yeah. Once again, really don't want to fall down accidentally. But of course, because you do need to open up the central column, I don't know if there's much you can do about that. I mean, donut blocks would kind of work, but then they would also break the current design in terms of requiring the player gets up some other way. So it doesn't quite work in the current layout, but I'm looking at what might potentially address the visibility issue of going back down to the reset point. I don't think you necessarily need to scrap sections. I think the length is fine. I like the length. I, of course, generally favor long levels more than a lot of other people do. I don't think it's too long without checkpoint or anything. Whoops. I do think this reset here in this specific section is a little bit awkward. Simply because you can bump it too high to continue. Like I don't think you need to cut necessarily, but I think I would consider rearranging where some of the reset points are located. Like this kind of obstacle feels like having it right next to a reset point on the same level might be a good idea. Simply because of the very easy potential for locking yourself out. Like, it's much easier to lock yourself out of this location than it is of the previous locations, and so it seems like it needs to pipe more than some of the other locations did, if you get my meaning. Whoops. Yeah. Like, it's just much more reset prone than earlier parts. So that's entirely just a pipe placement thing. Also, I like how you have multiple pipes here, but they lead to the same redo screen to create the illusion of Maker 1 style pipe stacking. Let's drop the bomb. Let's do this. Oops. Yeah, once again. Let's not die to timeout here, though. Yeah, criticism, you'll find that a lot of players do agree with you. I am somebody who doesn't mind that so much, but that's because I've always loved marathon levels in platformers. Like marathon levels where everything is kind of medium difficulty, but where you have to be very consistent throughout. I've always enjoyed that. Like all of the finales in the recent 3D Mario games. You know, Champions Road, Grandmaster Galaxy, that sort of thing. Every time people bring up the issue of checkpoints, I tell them how much I loved Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which famously launched with a final level that is 20 minutes long, with no checkpoints and 4 mini-bosses. And I thought it was fantastic. I thought it was one of the best things I'd seen in the platforming genre. A lot of people disagreed, and the developers eventually nerfed that. Although they did retain a no checkpoint true ending for people who dared to attempt it. But I thought it was perfectly fine in its original form, and believe me, a lot of people were not cool with that. So the shell, when it gets projected downwards, is going to bounce back and forth so long as it sails over to Muncher, and it's going to gradually raise the cannon up and up and up. We'll need to jump on top of a cannonball in the middle level to sort that out. Whoa, let's not do that. Hang on. Let's not do that either. Okay, this is a good reset location. Very necessary. And Electric Dude, congratulations on a 6Y map upload. I hope it stays up. I know that that's the sort of chomp mechanic level that you've been putting together for a while, wasn't it? Ziggsy, I don't think it's going to be an arrow in that final section. I think it is definitely going to be a shell. If you're talking about the previous section where I was using the bomb, no, I did try the arrow spacing there previously, and the arrow spacing did not work, so... Yeah, Yooka-Laylee and Impossible Lair was one of the first games I streamed when I was first getting my capture setup together. I had, of course, almost no audience at that point, and I kind of think I want to return to it at some point. Just to show off the spectacular final level and do the true no checkpoint ending. Yeah, Ziggsy, I think I know what you mean. I don't know if the height will actually work for that, but we'll see. Oh, you can ground pound these blocks. Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can. Saves a bit of time, but... Of course, just from the way they make contact with ground, that's going to be straightforward enough. Yeah, that's one of those mechanical things that I absolutely know and just didn't really think about in the process of playing the level. Let's destroy everything so we don't need to worry about remembering which end we are raising. And yeah, I like that space restriction that gives you a maximum limit for where the cannon can go, so the player doesn't block himself out that early before understanding what else can go on. Okay, got that timing down fairly reliably. Then we'll go back up here. Okay. We'll just stagger these ones as before. And yeah, Natcat, I got a few follower bots when I was not streaming as well. Luckily, not many. When I did get on stream, though, that absolutely exploded. Whoops. It's okay, this is easy to recover. Yeah, one thing I had not thought about is at which point you would go low enough if you fall through the center of the tower for the cannons to reset their position when they spawn back in. I don't think that's an issue because the whole blaster mechanic isn't going to get to an irreversible position anyway, if that's clear. So maybe if we get into a problem, I mean, obviously the easiest way to reset is to, you know, do what the level wants you to do and go through the pipes. But if for some reason you missed that, you can just go low enough, I think, to reset the cannon position. But we'll see. Okay. Let's go up here. The next one here should be fine. We should actually go for the coin markers here. That's, oh. Yeah. Yeah, I still think the spacing there might be a little bit tight. But I know that that's going to be something that's sort of dependent on a single block at a time, just given that the bomb interaction there is only going to raise that one block. Of course, we could try shooting it again if we wanted to. But yeah, I guess that is possible. Oh, that's going to be a lot more comfortable, in fact. I was thinking the arc would not work there at all, but it actually does, which is nice, so... Anyway, let's, drop this for a moment. We do want the Buzzy to stay on top so I can hit it. I should, in fact, disable the Buzzy on the left side first and just get it to sleep. Then we tap this. Then we send the shell all the way over. No? Oh, it's trapped on the wrong side, okay. That's fine, we can tap it on top of the muncher. Once we tap it on top of the muncher, then we kick it. Nope. Should have just tapped it, in fact, and then jumped on it. We will not have time to reclaim the Master Sword, though. If we somehow miss. Love how it took priority over the cannonball there. Oh, hey, here's something we can do. Because why not? Just in case. That's not going to work. It totally is going to work, okay. Yeah, I mean, not everybody's going to think of that in terms of being able to create a buffer for damage. I think that... Obviously, the muncher placement is sort of designed that the shell can't just coast over from its initial position. I think, though, that actually hitting the shell towards the on-off switch once you do load it on the bottom right can be a little bit awkward if you don't think about doing the sword thing that I did, so... Thank you for the lurk, Netcat. And I'll also notice how the on-off switch is still within range here with the Buzzy shell. Although that's not helping this guy, is it? Yeah, so... I actually want to, I think, put a bomb on top of this and then... tap everything further? Oh, I don't know. I should probably just... hold a bomb here, in fact. Whoops. Should have considered that in the first place. 40 seconds. There we go. We should still be able to get on top of the cannonball. Don't know if that's intended, but looks close enough, except we didn't manage to blow up the stuff on the right side, which means that I can't progress from here. Because I do need to raise the blaster further. And that means that I can't quite... well, we can do this. We will run out of time here. Which is a bit of an issue because I don't quite think that I have this. So yeah, definitely a bit of a climb in terms of just being able to do this in time. And yeah, Natcat, good luck with the bot cleanup on your end as well. I think I didn't really find the proper solution in that last bit there, but well. Once again, we can just do this. Save some time. Yeah, you see an issue. Whoops, that's what playtesting is for. But yeah, that's making me kind of wonder what your clear check time was on this to make it work. Yeah, I do think there's a potential inconsistency that's introduced by the fact that the shell is still tapping the on-off in that lower level and then goes until despawn. I don't know if that's the issue I ran into specifically, but I also don't know what the intended interaction is yet on that final segment where I timed out, so... We'll see if we can make something happen. Yeah, you do need to be fairly consistent. I think for a player who's exploring this for the first time and solving one rube at a time, that timeout is actually pretty likely. Okay, good sword point over there, actually. Yeah, glad I'm not really pushing speed records on this thing, just taking my time to make everything work out. Is the firing going to be synchronized? Excellent. Okay. Whoops. You'd like the player to have a bit more time at the end, so you might scrap this section I had most trouble with, yeah. Maybe so. It is very reset prone. I mean, I like the idea of doing the remote bomb detonation. I think it teaches it well, but it's true that maybe if the second jump there were not required. Because the second jump is kind of more like a mechanical thing rather than a puzzle-solving thing. If you know what I mean. Like, doing the remote bomb detonation is unique and something that uses a new thing in your toolkit, and I think that's a valuable thing to do. But yeah, just missing the jump afterwards is one of those things where you're not actually failing at solving the thing, you're just missing the jump. And it's a pretty punishing reset for doing that, so... Maybe that's a good section to retune, but I'll leave that up to your judgment, of course. And yeah, Merlin, do go ahead and build more of your world. Oddly enough, Ziggsy, because of time, it definitely means that the attempts by themselves are going to be fairly long, and the clear rate might in fact be fairly high. Because people aren't going to be dying repeatedly very much, and so it could be a very deceptive level when it comes to where the clear rate is going to put it. Now let's drop this without dropping the cannon on my head, of course. That would be a terrible idea. Also, destroying the last 3 blocks in the last puzzle caused an SD lock. Okay. I didn't realize that because I didn't understand what the intended interaction was yet, so... So I didn't see what it actually locked me out of doing. But perhaps we'll try to avoid that now that we know, and then I'll just keep an eye out for what you mean by that. How did you get the cannon to stick to the blaster that smoothly? Yeah. Blue Blur and SD Lock is a situation where you cannot continue in the level and you must... but you're also standing in a safe position. So you have to go out of your way to take a death. And you have to voluntarily take a death. Where... like if you're standing in a location where there's no reset available and you have to say, oh, I guess I have to die, and then you just die. In most cases, it's usually a sign that there's a lack of clarity in what the level is asking you to do. But of course, depending on the style of level design that people do, people have varying opinions on that. It is also... Mang, when you lock the SDGML outside, SDGML, as you can see, is not here, so I think maybe that lock was successful. And yeah, that's the thing, Aegis Cook, about building around Link, is that Link just voluntarily breaks everything. You got a lot of potential for just destroying your own level that way. Lost the coin markers, that's fine. We don't need them. And yeah, we'll do the shell tap over here. We've got 280 seconds. Pick this. Oh, whoops. Okay, the shell's in a position now where I will want to do the Master Sword thing. Just for safety. Okay, claimed the Master Sword, but that's okay, we lived. Okay, so we won't destroy the blocks. Oh, I see. Because the blocks are supposed to trap the cannon in a maximum position, aren't they? I understand that now. Yeah, because the blocks are supposed to... give you a way to jump through the middle. Making Divine available looks right, though. Oh, yeah, because you didn't think about the fact that I could load us up with a bomb voluntarily. I see what you mean. So that's not it. I mean... yeah, it would usually be difficult to just voluntarily send a bomb up there, of course, but I guess that was an unintended break then. But then the idea is that if we raise this further, be able to jump through the middle, not quite. But then we would want some other way to bring the bomb, or bring the platform up further. With some kind of remote activation. I don't see how that's going to happen. You send a bomb up on a cannon, it'll just break one block, okay. Oh, you mean if you put a bomb here and then you tap? Yeah. Ah, because then you can break one block and then use this platform to get up further. If I understand that correctly. In fact, using the reset point is going to help here. So for example, you do this, you do a crush, and then you do a reset. Because you can no longer reach this guy. Yeah, no, I understand that now. This looks kind of deceptive though then, because I don't see what that's doing for me. Can we still reach this? Maybe. Nope, that might be too high. Okay. Okay, should be able to do it. Oops. Maybe one more step. Yeah, one more step is probably best. Unless we just bounce off of a cannon directly, but we'll do it this way. And yeah, next GM, thank you for the level you showed me earlier. Looking forward to the next thing. We're probably going to time out this time too. May not have estimated the spacing very well. We can also do the bomb thing. Nope. Okay, this is going to be a timeout. I mean, I can drop a bomb directly here and it would be within a 2-tile range. Like, I can get on top of the cannon and just drop a bomb below my feet, right? And yeah, Ziggsy, I was thinking Grandmaster as well, but then it's because I just paid too much attention to chess. Okay, up we go. You'll get back to me with a revised one. Yeah, sure, let's make this the last attempt then. I'll try to do what I can with this attempt. And then you can do the next revision, in case there's anything else that we can show off here. But yeah, I won't continue past the next timeout for sure. Or the next death, for that matter. But I just want to take a look at the current version one more time in case we reveal anything else about the design that might inform what you want to do with it. Also, just in case we break anything else along the way that's new. Yeah, I hope it gives you a good sense of timing, at least in terms of how long the execution and repetition might take, even if player does solve it quickly. In some ways, this is the kind of level that would benefit from an unlimited time limit, if that were possible. But that's true of a lot of puzzles. I think in general people don't want to die to the timer on puzzle interactions because of the time that you could spend just thinking. And it's an unfortunate limitation on the tools side that we Can't do that to make a level like this work. Okay. And yeah, we'll shot over here. Make this jump comfortable. Not bump my head around that corner. And yeah, Old Wolf. It's a fairly early playtest for a level by Aegis. And Old Wolf, welcome. I hope you've been enjoying everything you've been playing on your side. And yeah, Natcat, hopefully the cleanup stays in place for the time being. There's been hate bots everywhere today. And okay, let's get down here. Whoops. Don't need to spend time here, of course. Old Wolf, thank you so much for the follow. Glad you could catch my rather unreasonable time. Whoops. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do too much with this, but... Yeah, Natcat, I'm certainly hoping that the bot is going to help with some of the cleanup as well. Nope. That's going to be a problem. Hang on. I don't know if you should use Muncher here, actually. I wonder if maybe you just want to block there. I don't think there's a particular purpose to having this be something that will give you damage. And SD. Oh, I guess SD, it wasn't actually SD locked out of here, as we had suspected earlier. Yeah, actually, Aegis, now that I look at it, I don't think a Muncher is the best choice if you're mostly using this tile to restrict the shell here in the initial bounce, and to create a shell bounce on the other side. Obviously, you want this low enough such that the player is able to get a shell over. So I don't know if you can do the stem that you have in a desert style, but... And yeah, SD, thank you for coming by, as usual. Hope you enjoyed the lurk. Alright, let's try to make this happen. Here we go. Yeah, the more I look at it, I think that shouldn't be a Muncher. I think it's better if it's not. But I know that Aegis was talking about maybe tightening up that section anyway, so that may or may not be relevant. Whoops, there we go. That does take out one block. We can reset. Yeah, Natcat, at some point I should put it in on lurk command as well. I only put in a lurk command in the first place because people were using it whether it existed or not. What if we did this? No, it doesn't drop within range. Okay. We can do the thing where we jump up after I raised a level with the bomb. This should still be jumpable. I believe so. Yeah, good. So what we do is to get the spacing right, we let it fire, we let that bump up, and then we go up like this. And then that's not enough space. Okay, we actually do need some kind of repeated interaction, perhaps. Although this guy gets me through either way. But then am I locked out of here? No. No, phone, you don't want to update. You're watching a CIA spy play Pyramid for 2 hours, yeah? Have I been on this for 2 hours? Who knows? Anyway, like I said, not continuing past the next timeout. I think... Yeah, I don't really understand the current layout, but I think this is the one that you said you were redoing anyway, so... because it looks like... Oh no, you know what? We can actually tap this further. But I don't think the blaster goes much higher, does it? We need to take the cannon all the way through? Yeah, that's fine. That does it. Because I can now safely go up this way. There we go, That's much better. We still need to do possibly the full vine climb afterwards. And the thing is, this is something that can't work with a midpoint checkpoint because of the way that, unless you have some kind of on-off state control that is off-screen, you'd have to have some kind of externally imposed scroll break in order to save the player's progress. And that's the first thing that strikes me about this, that I see now why it is something that is built as a really long level with no checkpoints, simply because the scroll break requires that you preserve the state of everything you've done so far on the same attempt. 5 seconds? We're not going to make it, are we? We're not going to make it. Okay, we won't see the ending, but like I said, that was the last time out, so thank you for that, Aegis. I know you're redoing it anyway, so... That's okay, we solved it. I'm glad we solved it, because at least we've done a proof of concept. Look at all the redo wizards. I also didn't notice earlier that the redo wizards all have slightly different faces. But Aegis, of course, always bringing in the big guns when it comes to the pixel art. Criticism, when it comes to the Fireflower imposing the clear condition, I mean, I guess one thing that the clear condition does do is that it immediately signifies that you should not expect a checkpoint. Like, it does actually communicate that to the player. I do think that if you're going to run out of time at the very end after you have succeeded, then given how many on-off switches you have just sort of working as part of the core mechanic of the level, I don't know if there is a way that you could preserve state past something like a checkpoint. I don't know if there's a way to do that, given that you already have on-off activations in use elsewhere in the level. But anyway, I can understand why the structure is the way it is, and I think maybe there is some tuning that needs to be done for length. Because it seems that even when I understand the solutions, now you can see how long the execution is taking, and some of the execution could maybe be tightened up while preserving the same kind of ideas that you need to solve, like using the arrow, using the bomb, etc. I think I like where you're going with the final concept there, even though it took me some time. It's, once again, one thing that is set up in a way where it's very easy to die to execution or just break the thing completely. Anyway, thank you very much for that, and thank you for the patience of everybody waiting for me to send a tower, and welcome to the people who had just come in recently as well. Mate, Spirit Wolf, etc. I didn't really win that, but that's okay, it's being taken down anyway. Criticism, thank you for waiting for so long to be played today. Dry Mountain Mines, the thing that you dug up out of your 2020 draft box. Mario & Co. stumbles across Bowser's new mine in Dry Mountain. I quite like the excavator, if that's what it is. That is dangling over the description in the thumbnail. Let's take a look. And, yeah, no worries about that, I guess. You know, I do long and thorough playtests here. That's part of the offering on this stream, even if we make people wait forever. Okay. let's get over here. And yeah, it's a sort of thematic traditional level, as I see, where you do something that, sort of mechanically speaking, is a traditional layout, but you have like a helicopter that's hovering here for some reason. You can't really do anything on top of the ceiling with the helicopter rotor, but that's okay. And dropping off this is safe, which is good. Pink coin down there, that's going to be a bomb location. Do we have bomb access somewhere here? Yes, we do. Once it spawns in next to that claw, let's try to get the bomb back, actually. There's a bonus for the pink coins. Yeah, that's what I would have assumed. You don't want the claw to pick up the bomb. That's one thing that's important here. Also notice that, yeah, you can use the shell to pick up that coin, but it is a bit dangerous because of the deflection. Or you can be small in order to pick up the coin. I don't know about that coin placement. While you can get it with the shell and while you can get it while small, it seems like it didn't really accommodate the possibility that you would be tall as a Super Toadette going in there. So that looks like a bit of a potential issue. Because it's never quite great for people to feel less powerful if they're super form. Especially in a traditional layout where, you know, I think usually if you have the mushroom, it should feel strictly beneficial. That's not true of all levels, but for traditional levels, I think that's often the expectation. It's okay, though. It's purely just the entryway to the coin. I think everything else about how you actually get the coin is thematically quite neat. Oh, we do need things alive over there in order to get to the top, unless, of course, there's some potential for cape flight, or, oh no, it's going to be using the spring down here, which is going to require a bomb to come up out of the pipe and get picked up. And then we will not die to this. Pick up the spring, and then that's going to take me up to the coin. Ludwig, we are going to acknowledge your request for Luigi. Okay. And we'll take that back. And, yeah, here we go. And yeah, no worries, criticism. I mean, you know, like the pacing of this stream was not really well designed for when I would get lots and lots of submissions from people. But like I said, I find that I get better viewer experiences as well as just better levels submitted to me if I am not too strict about time. We can take this up. I just want to explore this location a bit more first because of the P-switch activation over here, which gets you over to the pipe, and the pipe looks like an exit. The pipe looks like an alternate exit. I don't see a P-switch activation, though. But let's go in here first and then reconsider. Ah, here's the P-switch. Okay, never mind. Looks like we can potentially take the P-switch with us if we drop the bomb first and then blow up that upper location. Pretty simple interaction. Then, yeah, P-switch is going to drop. Claw is in a bit of a weird position in terms of, yeah. One thing that I don't want to do is race to P-switch. I mean, I can, but obviously when you see the hard block places like that, the first instinct I have is to try to pick up the P-switch and use it at my own pace. Of course, I can't do that if I just break this on the left side. Hey guys, the track is behind the blaster. Oh, for the blaster cannon setup on your level, huh? Yeah, very interesting alignment trick. Now we can take the spring through with us theoretically as well, but I'm not going to try it here. Yeah, be aware, of course, that the P-switch is going to turn these into blocks while it's still active. You don't want to obstruct the player too much, I don't think, but that's okay, we'll live. Oh, I guess coming here when the P-switch is active allows you to go to the upper level, but we don't need that because we have this instead. Okay, we have 3 coins split across the checkpoint, which means that the 4th coin may be a safety coin, maybe. That's okay, we'll take this. Okay, let's do this. A bit of a weird timing alignment over there. I guess we are missing one. Maybe we did miss a coin. So criticism, one thing you have to be aware of is the possibility when you have pink coin collection past a checkpoint, you don't want the player to die with the key collected because then you have to start over. So that's what when you have a coin collection level where multiple coins are on different sides of the checkpoint. It's kind of standard practice to put a coin that is trivially obtainable right by the key door. Or reasonably close to it. Because you don't want a player to grab the key, die, and then lose all progress, which is what happens when you die with a key in hand. And yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Do not give me hints unless I ask for them. It's better to watch me explore for the purposes of playtesting, so. I like that you can reverse through the level even past checkpoints, so you can continue exploring, except no, you can't because the P locks you out, so. Never mind that, we actually do have to start over, probably. Yeah, because criticism, it's something that's very easy to overlook if you haven't encountered a lot of checkpoint and key logic firsthand. Whoops. In general, I'm also looking at the potential for bombs to break stuff in this level. But that doesn't seem to do too much, that one. Yeah, it's the kind of thing that would be worth fixing if you want people to do an optional coin collection, because, you know, it's sort of an unfortunate convention to expect an extra coin like that. I know it doesn't feel traditional when you do it that way, but unfortunately it's just a consequence of the checkpoint system in this game. Notice that question block that's down below as well with the bomb being able to reach it, but I don't think that does anything for me in terms of making a pink coin reachable, so. Let's drop this for the time being. I do want the bomb to become available. It is going to pop back out over here. Yeah, nothing back there. And we can do the shell method once again. I respawn it. And yeah, exactly. I thought that because you said you hadn't played the game in about a year, that it's the kind of thing that you might have missed. That checkpoint logic is not really something that behaves very intuitively if you are not used to it. We have a bomb over here. Oh, we had a location for jumping on top of... Yes, the top location on top of that cloud. Can't reach it here, though. Yeah, that's the one I missed. But I don't see how to get there yet. Oh no, we did get it, because that was the spring on top of that location earlier, which I think I might have neglected to check. Let's just do this quickly. Can't you SD lock by duck jumping under the car? I think you might be right, Electric Dude, but yeah, if you're trapped between the two saw blades, then yes. Like if you are in, let's try to do this safely. I'm not going to do it, but like if you are in between these two blades and you jump up in that location, then yeah, you would have to take the death there as well. Unless you just hit invisible blocks or something, which I know thematically might not look very good. But anyway, that's just one consideration. This thing, Fireflower. Oh, did we look at locations to melt ice? Because that's something I had not considered, is whether Fireflower would have gotten me anything interesting. Also, the top level here, we can scroll the camera up. Yeah, it looks like there's something up top there that we can potentially reach if we took a trampoline in with us. That's something I should do. And that's easy to do, so we can do that quickly by reversing through and going to the blocks that we had already destroyed once. Invisible blocks look much better in real life. Yes, they do. That's why I've got invisible blocks all over my house. Oh no, you actually can't take a spring with you in that location then. I don't think you can anyway. I'm thinking about what other objects we can use here, and yeah, perhaps not. Unless... No, I don't think you can. I mean, you would basically have to shell jump this. Also notice that if you toss the spring upwards and land it on top, then you would need to reset the space in order to progress. There isn't really a reset. So, like, the idea is that you would toss this way and have the trampoline land on top of this ledge here, and then it becomes unreachable. But then you can despawn it, so that's fine. No, it's fine. You can despawn it. And just respawn it back in its original position. Okay. That is a suspicious location up top, though, so we should think about getting up there. I mean, we can always drop this off the claw and then maybe spin this way. There we go. That's the coin. Well, 160 seconds, though, so I should maybe behave a little bit quicker. Okay, good location for that, actually. Pretty easy to get once I bothered to look at it. And I think it's actually well signaled, too, if you look at the open ceiling here. Like, it is something that is very fair. Like, I think it's a good secrets placement. But let's try to make it to the key door without bungling too many things here. Whoops. And yeah, we know this is not going to be time sensitive because of the invisible block that we now know about, so we'll go up. We'll hit that. And all the way down. Checkpoint, and then we will try not to lose the key, because then you'll see key death in action. Yeah, timing synchronization between these two is kind of weird, but do get a flower immediately afterwards, at least. Yeah, we can, of course, fly if we want, but I don't know if we necessarily want to take the time to do it. Oh, hey, we got Yoshi. Now we can really try to break stuff. It's funny because this actually does kind of feel like some of the Super Mario World secret rooms, except, of course, the blocks aren't flying and you aren't tossing the blinking blue blocks up at them. That's sort of an element that I now realize I miss about Super Mario World. It's possible to hijack a clown car, I think. It's possible to hijack everything, in fact. Except we probably don't want to bump that car. Let's take this one. Alright, let's fine. Let's take Yoshi. Yoshi just allows you to take damage everywhere, I guess. Oh, this guy. Probably no key requirement on him. We'll just go. And that's going to be it. I'm going to check this side, of course. It looks like a dead end. And we'll finish this with a healthy 19 seconds on the clock. So. Yeah, thank you. Criticism. Hope that was a useful playtest. And yeah, like you said, when you published it, it felt very close to finish. I agree. I think minus the key death and maybe some locations to polish, that it is in pretty good shape. So yeah, I think we probably addressed everything that you might want to look at if you want to perfect things. Let's move on. We checked the current list as well. Long list today, but I can stay a little longer today, I think, so we'll try to get through everybody we can. I will not always be able to do this. But let's go. Yeah, I'm glad that was a helpful playthrough. Underground Mayhem. Let's take a look. Very new upload from Blue Blur. Going to get that Galaxy music in here right away, and yeah, that's going to be a bit of a timing check right there. Cannonball over the door, that could snipe some people. I could see that potentially catching somebody by surprise. Okay, I might have wanted to rethink that. I think the cannonball and firebar timing is going to be a little bit different from checkpoint than from when you are approaching the level before the checkpoint. And because of that, like, a lot of people will see this and they'll immediately just go for that jump, and they won't necessarily have seen the firebar and the cannons in the way. And depending on timing, it is actually fairly likely you get sniped just by trying to make a fairly normal looking jump. Also notice that if you are trying to make this jump, Blue Blur, that the firebar position is off screen if you're trying to build up enough of a dash to do it. You do need to build up a dash to make that jump, I think. But in order to do so, you're scrolling the obstacles off screen, and so you can't quite time your way around them. Notice too the pattern of the cannonballs being a little bit different depending on when you spawn them into camera range. If they're not synchronized, that could actually be a difficult pattern to play around, as you can see here. Because if you can't see the target, then you run into this issue where it's a little bit difficult to plan to jump. Although you can always just pop the cannonballs, that's probably the easiest way to do it, possibly even the intended way to do it. But I think that's something that could benefit from being slightly narrower, and it might work better. This is a nice little bullet pit over here. And that's it for the level. Okay, nice, short and sweet. Just that one spot by checkpoint that I thought was a little bit weird. it's a decent checkpoint placement because of that, because I think some people will crash against that. But yeah, the timing mechanisms with the munchers were pretty good at just imposing enough time pressure while making things still fairly spacious and relaxed. So thank you for that. Let's move on. And criticism, you were saying about the hidden 1-up. Yeah, I probably should have checked for something like that. Switch house. But I also knew that I might potentially be pressed for time in that level, so. Mang, you are next, and it's going to be classic Mang. Okay, Mang, let's take a look at the list here. Oh, we're not doing 6mm yet, of course. You know that. But congratulations on the upload. Scroll down fast, cause spoilers. Oh, I see, okay. That's okay, we usually spoil it at the end anyway. I think we even spoiled that one week that 6YMM was coming. Yeah, like I said, Space Bunny will eventually try to do as a trilogy if I'm actually able to beat anything in there. Let's do Linkapults. This is going to be a very Nintendo-approved concept, where we're going to embrace Link's thrusting sword. I hope whoever reported Minibar's Ballman level doesn't find out about this one then. Yeah, Natcat, the codes for the uploads aren't necessarily final because sometimes there are some bug fixes, and so, you know, we don't really officially consider them launched until the trailer is published. Speaking of which, the trailer is going to be amazing. I haven't even seen it in its completed form just yet, but I know enough about it to know that the next 6YMM trailer in particular is going to be a huge treat. And you should be hyped because, yeah, it is going to be an experience. But yeah, Natcat, the uploads usually come in around the time that I do this stream, which is why in the past we've sometimes, for both 4 and 5YMM, done a bit of a maker preview. Mang, of course, is in this week's set, as we just spoiled, so we'll kind of roll the preview into doing Mang's Linkapults level right here. Okay, embrace Link's thrusting sword, 0.44. Hopefully we can do that in a reasonable amount of time so people are not left dangling the rest of the queue, but you never know. Okay, embrace Link's thrusting sword. It looks like we can bounce things on a seesaw once we... Oh, I see. Muncher Drop with a Boo is going to launch me like a catapult because of the sort of infinite speed on a Muncher Drop. Or not. That's okay. Good enough. I should actually have stayed on then. No, that can be done. It's just not very fast. And Der Bescheidwisser, I guess maybe that counts as something honorary. Okay, so maybe it's not like a springy catapult after all. The weight just gives you a tiny bit of momentum. We'll make sure we get a high bounce off of the dry bones on the right side. So it's not like a really springy catapult. The Muncher just weighs things down. Okay. I'm glad I could take my time with that one there. Oh, that was not wise. Why did I think that was a good idea? Because it drops the Boo wall if the Muncher drops below the seesaw. So that was a good idea, I just didn't have good spacing for it. Whoops. And yeah, Mang, of course, we're getting deeper and deeper into your list. I'm sure will be something here and there in old levels that you regret from time to time. I just played so many Mang levels, I was expecting some kind of wild momentum burst. Even though looking at the Muncher, yeah, I guess it's not the kind of drop here. It's not a Thwomp drop, it's not something like that, so it would not be giving you that instant launch. I like the one-way panel there. It's subtle. Or a one-way panel. Yeah, you can lower the Muncher slightly, but I don't seem to have a safe position to do that. I might just have to go like this, yeah. And then I need an on-off activation, which is going to be the arrow through the Boo. It's actually an interesting change of pace for a Mang level, in terms of just letting me solve one thing at a time. It would be a cool section of upward momentum existed, yeah. No, it's kind of nice. It's something that requires a different pace and mindset than what I usually think of with a Mang level, and that's fine. That's just a bit of extra diversity into portfolio, so. Whoa, that's going to be a Muncher bump with the shield. Which is what the down arrow is for. Not only are you sliding down, you can't really slide in SMB1, of course, but to slide down there would be your way of saying shields up. And then you bump the Munchers off the seesaw goes up. 0.4% on this, really. It's mechanically not difficult. At least so far. I mean, maybe a future section in it is considerably more punishing. If you play it fast, you can kind of pretend that the catapults work, yeah. As you know, we'll probably just play it slowly. And we'll be doing a bit of a careful and safety-compliant artillery field test. That's what it is. You know, just to make sure the angling is all going to be correct before we take everything to war. Whoa, difficult spacing there. We'll have to get that down consistently. Whoops. And yeah, criticism, I think I know what you mean by the grabbing from beneath the mechanic, but not really thinking too hard about that right now since I'm still working out this level. Whoops. Yeah, a bit of a tricky spacing on the boot for sure. I find that because the one-way panels are so blocky with that 2x2 space, that sometimes they throw me off a bit visually, that I don't read correctly when I can jump into the back part of one-way panel, and when that is an open space that will not cause collision problems. Welcome back, Blue Blur. Okay. Yeah, I do like how the seesaw does give you some very flexible slopes on the fly. Because you can have some things like the alignment under the ground slope that we saw at the very end where it died, where kind of a nice spacing that you wouldn't really get otherwise. Just to have that angle line up perfectly. Whoops. And yeah, criticism, it's very true that in your level, especially early on, there were certain things that I was interacting with just by doing despawning and respawning. Not every player is going to really understand the rules for how that works, of course, and so it's the kind of thing that can be a bit opaque, if depending, of course, on how people approach the level. I mean, I look at nice, wide open traditional spaces and I often think, okay, I can despawn that or I can respawn that, but players who do not do as much in the editor might not necessarily catch on to when those options are still available. Nope. Hitting that top corner. And yeah, Luca, the original NES Zelda dungeon theme, that's always a treat. My favorite dungeon theme is still the one from A Link to the Past, though. Yeah, many years ago I'd worked out a lot of stuff about the Link to the Past dungeon theme in terms of musical structure. Because it has a fascinating chord progression. And yeah, because most of the musical compositions that Koji Kondo wrote for the classic Nintendo games, like the earlier entries in both Mario and Zelda, like most of them are pretty familiar and kind of old-fashioned in formal terms, but then you look at something like the Link to the Past dungeon and like got this modal minor stuff going on that wouldn't be out of place in something like, you know, late period Miles Davis. Mid-period Miles Davis, I should say. Late period Miles Davis was mostly just intersecting with glam rock and such, but we're going to redeem Ziggy's request for Toad. Let's not stomp on a seesaw quite like that. Yeah, maybe we need to, actually. Anyway. And of course, speaking of formerly interesting features in Zelda music, there's that famous mixed meter Ganon's Castle in Ocarina of Time as well, where Ganon's Tower, rather. Where I think the time signature is something like 23-8. The kind of thing you don't want to be counting on a bandstand. And yeah, Ziggy, I know you just requested Toad, but of course Toad is just going to transform into Link immediately, so you won't really get the full benefit of character change request, but you can just sort of remember that it's Toad in the Link costume, and you know, that will be at least partly satisfying. Okay, we do need to get off immediately. The thing here is that it does sort of take you off screen and bounce you back immediately. There's a very limited window to leave, and we got it that time. But you do need to deal with the fact that you're potentially off screen. That is, of course, going to be the kind of bounce we need to trust in terms of the bumper taking us to the right side. Classic Mang level moment there, actually, with anticipating a bounce that is going to take you up the right way. Very similar, in fact, to some of the stuff we saw in the unpronounceable wind level a few weeks ago. Okay, there we go. Nope, not quite. Blue Blur, you're going to request Toadette. Blue Blur, usually I will cash that in for the next level, so but we'll put it in a reasonable amount of time as Toad in Link costume, and then we can switch to Toadette in Link costume later on, if we're still on this for a while. So remind me to redeem that later on. I don't really have a good policy in place for when people decide to do a bid war for character selection. I probably should come up with some kind of rule or principle for resolving that. There we go. That felt pretty comfortable that time, in fact. We'll go right up to the one-way panel. I think this will work. No, too far to the right, in fact. Too far to the right. Yeah, a fairly large number of Meng levels are actually built on half screen in order to constrain the camera position. So we're pretty accustomed to that style of layout by now. And a lot of it, of course, just does the service of controlling the camera's Y-axis position, so you don't need to worry about the camera swinging up and down as you're running out a lot of these momentum mechanics. Nope, still clipping that corner. And yeah, Lucas, Aegis showed me a gigantic tower climb earlier. Luca, actually, I think you would enjoy that level a lot. The Aegis Tower with Link that we saw earlier in the stream. It's something that I think would also appeal to your style, for reasons that will become obvious if you eventually play the finished version. Okay, down we go. Yeah, not getting whacked by a one-way panel. This is tricky. Oh hey, we actually jump off immediately off the seesaw when it's in midair. That works well. This looks like it's the same thing, in fact. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, you stomp and then you jump immediately, I think. That's the idea. It took me a moment to understand it. But it seems to work very well once you do understand what the input is supposed to be, as I did over the bumper. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, very smooth shield there if you just have the right placement. Yeah, I have to get that seesaw onto rebound. So it's going to be stomp and jump immediately. Like that. So that's where you get a bit of a springy catapult launch. Overdid it a little bit there, but we do have some room to pull back, I think, even with all that forward momentum. But yeah, you can see the spacing on the seesaw kind of enforced that that's going to be the launching in direction. You do just need to control the landing to avoid overshooting. Not actually that difficult to execute once you see it. Very easy to do reliably, I think. But as I've often commented on a lot of Meng's levels before, sometimes the clear rates are actually severely deflated by the fact that I think you're going to have a certain part of the audience just not understand the mechanic and give up on it. And that's their problem. Because I think it's actually decently communicated, even though we did maybe need to take a death or two to see it properly. This nonsense gives you momentum, but the thing at the beginning that looks like it should doesn't give you momentum. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, because the seesaw is on its way down, and yet when you jump up, what's being conserved is your sideways momentum from moving sideways on a seesaw as it's going down. I think. That, like, as you're on a seesaw, and the seesaw is lowering, you have this slight forward movement in your X position. I think. If I understand it correctly. That's why you get so much forward momentum going into spots like that. I believe that's how it works. Meng would notice stuff a lot better than I do. Okay, there we go. And yeah, increasingly tight here. Whoops. Nope. I just missed the input that time. You not just hold jump during the pound to get flying up by Donut. I guess I'll try to keep in mind what you just said. I'm not exactly sure I see what you mean, but we'll try to go back to the relevant location. Okay, there we go. And here we are. Up once again. Yep, pretty generous spacing there if you're careful. No, nope, not quite. Although we rescued that. Okay, that's fine. Nope, still overshooting a bit. It's a little bit difficult to correct for it because I feel like I'm expecting to ride it out completely and, you know, just to maintain my position to go over all of the spikes in that arc going forward. And so the fact that I need to pull back so aggressively for the dry bones at the bottom does come as a bit of a surprise, but we'll try to make it happen. Zigzy, you're asking who is my favorite character. Are you talking about the playable characters in this game? Because that's a good question. You're really glad that you don't have to look at Toad for this level? I mean, that's... well, poor Toad, I guess. Yeah, remind me that we haven't redeemed Blue Blur's Toadette request yet. We'll do it once we've actually gotten to take a look at Toad at all. There we go. Need to be very crisp about the input order. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't be holding forward there at all, and I should just stomp and jump. And yeah, the problem is that I am holding forward at that point to kind of hug against a wall, and maybe the expectation there is that you just only stomp and still get enough forward momentum to ride that out. I wasn't quite clear on that because it seemed like in order to go over that entire arc, you do kind of need to point to the right, but... I mean, Zigzy, when I play this game, I usually just start as Mario by default, but then that's partly just out of habit from Maker 1. I mean, Maker 1 was so long ago now that it's easy to forget that, apart from all the amiibo costumes, you do always start as Mario in that game. That we didn't have the character selection we do now. And yeah, just straight down and straight jump, and... no, not quite, actually. You do need to move forward a little bit. But it may just be a timing issue there. Derbyshire Visor, I have no idea. A lot of Meng levels do have a two-part structure to them. Sometimes 3 parts with things like an optional hard mode, although that's more of a recent development. But yeah, I'm accustomed to most Meng levels using both main world and subworld to develop a concept properly. So I would not be surprised if it is a 2-part level, 1 checkpoint, for example. Or something like that. But that's just coming out of a lot of familiarity with playing Meng's creations, which we do very often on this stream. Okay, got the adjustment finally. Like how you can dance on the dry bones a little bit while you wait for the next move. No, just missed that. Yavik, welcome. Up we go. Today is indeed the day. As we eagerly await Lecter's masterpiece. I haven't spoiled anything about it, I've just told people that we are eagerly awaiting Lecter's masterpiece. And I think the hype is well deserved. Oops. Yeah, not only Lecter's, obviously, it's going to be quite a combination of contributions to the magnificent thing that we're going to debut, but... Whoops. Yeah, I love how Kavik is asking who made this crab, as though he didn't recognize the style immediately. Also because it's listed on the Warp World bot. Whoops. Yeah. You know, I'm not exactly sure where the line is blurred between what people call anime and just Japanese animation generally, because, you know, Japanese animation is actually stylistically more diverse than people give it credit for. I mean, sometimes the boundary is pretty clear. Like somebody like, if you know the short films of Koji Yamamura, they're clearly not really anime. Like, he's not somebody who does that style, but there are a lot of things that are much more along the boundary, I think. I've been catching up on a lot of Satoshi Kon recently. He, of course, was one of the people behind JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which I have not seen, but I have seen some of these feature films. Can we just lose link here? Yeah, because I recently saw Millennium Actress, and that was really a fascinating piece. This is going to be the link check, the checkpoint right here. So we need to do the stomp and door entry a little bit better. I think I sort of need to hug the wall on the right side, or just jump off the seesaw, in fact, after I... Yeah, I stopped at the seesaw, I jump off of it immediately, I stay alive until it comes up, then I enter the door, and that's how we do it. And yeah, I love Perfect Blue. Natcat, I saw Perfect Blue in a cinema, in fact, a few years ago, and it's a stunning film to watch in a cinema. But yeah, something like Millennium Actress is like so stylistically varied, even with itself, that's, you know, seems like you would kind of be doing it a disservice to just sort of class it as anime just because it's from Japan and leave it at that, even though, of course, a lot of the people involved have an anime pedigree. Like So, I'm reluctant to be too judgmental about anime because of that. Also, Okay, here's something that I want to complain a little bit about on stream because it's been on my mind recently and I think it's ridiculous. So, as some of you know, Disney Plus just launched something this week called Star Wars Visions, which is a set of 9 short films by Japanese film studios that are animated shorts sort of based on the aesthetic and concepts and universe of Star Wars. They released it with the original Japanese language track available, which is good, and no English subtitles. They did not bother to create English subtitles for the Japanese language track. What they have instead is the only selection is for English closed captions, which give you all the sound effects and is also just a transcription of the English dub, rather than a translation of what is actually being spoken in Japanese. Which means that some of the timings are, and some of the meanings, obviously, are not accurate. And so, I have had to resort to watching the Star Wars Visions shorts with the Japanese language track and French subtitles. And yeah, Kavik, don't get me started on the whole situation with Song of the South, which I have very strong opinions about. But you know, you're actually going to allocate the resources to do a project like this, and you're not going to commission somebody to just do an English sub. That is not healthy. And yeah, you know, that's with all respect to the English dub voice cast. Like, I'm not deliberately avoiding the English dub because I have any kind of issue with the cast. It's like that with a lot of the Miyazaki theatrical releases in North America as well, because a lot of the North American rights to Miyazaki films for a long time had been held by Disney, and the English dubs were generally very well supervised by people who loved Miyazaki, like the animators at Pixar. So you'd have people like Pete Docter directly supervise the dubs. But as somebody who, you know, does insist on watching things with the original language track where possible, it was quite annoying for the longest time that the theatrical releases of Miyazaki films in North America were only available in a dub, and they would not bother releasing it with the Japanese language track. And I think they relented on that with time. I remember seeing The Wind Rises in Japanese, but okay. But you know, Disney's management of that is something I have issues with. Just in terms of who they perceive their audience to be for this kind of content. But anyway, that's my spiel about Disney's management of their own property. Why would I want to do that? I'm past checkpoint, I can just check it. I'm actually kind of surprised that Mang didn't even put a sound effect there to signify what we just did. Oh, I guess you do need to go down immediately, yes. Natcat, I read French, but I don't read French very quickly. And so the issue is that, because I'm mainly paying attention to the animation, with something like Star Wars Visions, I am not really picking up 100% of what's going on with some of the shorts that are more dialogue heavy in particular. Okay, so we can do that, but we need this sort of immediate response to get on top, and then we can swing on a claw for a while. We don't need to rush our way through the claw. I see that everybody in chat loves that checkpoint. Maybe we do need momentum on the claw. I don't know. We'll let the claw slow down, and love how there are those one-way panels on the left side to catch you on that end as well. No, we need a bigger swing on the claw. Let's just do it that way. Swing around a bit until we make it work. Anyway. And, yeah, Kavik, it's kind of nice to see some of the makers get a bit silly with the Star Wars material. There's a lot of inherent silliness to Star Wars that people don't lean into enough, I think. But, whoops. Bit of a mistake there. It got trapped above the seesaw. And yeah, the sequel trilogy is its own conversation, I think, when it comes to how it has developed, but yeah, NatCat, that's precisely the program that we're talking about, is Star Wars Visions, which is the new release. It's kind of like when, if anybody remembers the Animatrix, when it was released during the height of the Matrix back in the early 2000s. It's kind of like that. It's, you know, an anime studio collaboration project. And as with the Tartakovsky Clone Wars, I always like it when filmmakers get a little bit more adventurous with that material. But anyway, let's move up here. No, we need to bounce to right. We need to bounce to right, and then it's going to be off to spring, and then onto this single trampoline. Nope, let's get over here. Whoops. There we go. Overdid that once again. Lantis is asking, is there a path below? No, I know what path I'm supposed to take. It's that I'm just doing it wrong when I'm actually trying to execute it. Okay, let's get over here. Plenty of room over to Boo. Not quite. I need to land on top of the dry bones first, and I overshot it. Which... The tracks seem to be telling me something, but I think it's a bit of a strange timing. And yeah, NatCat, The Matrix Revolutions is still kind of a blur in my memory. I saw it once in a cinema and just kind of forgot about it. I remember thinking at the time that it seemed oddly like a Star Trek finale. I'm actually really looking forward to the fourth Matrix film, mostly because of one of the writers who had worked on it. So, as people who follow the Wachowskis would know, of course, back in 2012 they adapted a novel, Cloud Atlas, which is kind of one of my favorite novels of the 2000s. And I'm a big fan of the author, David Mitchell. I've read every novel by him. I've attended like an opera that was scripted by him, where he wrote the libretto. Like, I follow his work really closely. And the thing is, he had such a good collaboration with the Wachowskis and a healthy working relationship with them in Cloud Atlas that they brought him back to co-write the Matrix film, which, like the Matrix 4, And so I'm kind of eager to see what happens with that, because like David Mitchell has a particular flavor to his own work that is very recognizable in terms of his own thematic obsessions and interests. Zankoth, what do I call twisters? I'm afraid to disappoint people here, Kavik included, when I say that I don't really do the blowy Joey thing that is for some reason so popular among people who... Well, I guess... No, I mean, it wasn't around in Maker 1, so I don't even know when that started, or who started it, but... Seems like a Pango thing for some reason, but I'm not really sure. Actually, maybe Kavik knows the answer to this. Like, who popularized the whole blowy Joey thing to begin with? Yeah, Kavik, the thing about Star Wars is... I mean, I don't want to get too sidetracked about Star Wars, because I have opinions. One of those things is that I've always appreciated the prequel trilogy a lot more than most people have, I think. And yeah, they're flawed films, they're very sloppy in some places, but like, I always found them to be very artistically adventurous in a way that nobody else was really trying. And you could really tell that Episode 7 was made by people who were of the particular generation that absolutely loathed the prequels, and it shows in every part of the project that, you know, it's like J.J. Abrams expressing his hate for the prequels in film form, now that he was given the power to do so. So here's how I understand a sequel trilogy. Star Wars Episode 7 dangles all of these questions in front of you, and the entire plot is just based on a lot of empty promises of, okay, here's a mystery, here's another mystery, here's a mystery. Aren't you curious about the answers to all of these questions? Episode 8 comes along and basically tells you, you know what, all of these questions that were asked in the first film are not actually interesting, and trust me when I say you don't really want to hear the answers. And of course that naturally disappointed a lot of people who wanted nice, tidy resolutions to the plot. Because Rian Johnson comes along and basically says, you know what, no, you don't want to treat these as the actual questions in the plot. You don't really want to know about Rey's heritage and Snoke's origin and all these other mystery boxes that have been set up, or what Luke Skywalker's doing on the island, etc. Episode 9 comes along and basically says, okay, fine, we'll give you answers. We'll give you this answer and that answer and this answer, and we'll just kind of prove once and for all that Episode 7 never asked the right questions in the first place. And so that's the sequel trilogy. Mind you, it was at least visually coherent, which was a relief given how editorially speaking, I find almost all of blockbuster Hollywood in the past decade and a half to be a total mess. Like, people don't even know how to cut a fist fight anymore. So, I mean, the fight choreography was nothing to speak of, but the action was at least something that you could follow. Like somebody had bothered to storyboard it, which I really can't say for a lot of other blockbuster fare these days. Mind you, there was one thing I actually really quite liked about The Last Jedi, which is You know how they have that lightsaber fight in front of Snoke in this throne room where that's on this really stark red background with all of the troopers, whatever they're called, with their staves just kind of looking very well contrasted against this incredibly stagey environment that just looks like a soundstage. I always thought that scene reminded me of a lot of classic 1950s Broadway musicals. Like if you think about the Coney Island dance finale, like the ballet finale in the film of On to Town, it reminded me of that specifically. It was kind of like Rian Johnson was just kind of secretly sneaking in a 50s musical into the Star Wars film and using that as a framing concept for the fight scene. And I thought that was actually a really neat touch visually, so that's something nice I will say about the film. Okay, we really need to stop losing the Master Sword there. Yeah, Comic Dune is not released here until next week, I think. I know Europe got it a week ahead of us. I wish I'd remembered the novel better, to be honest. I was not somebody who read Dune as a child. I did read it as an adult a few years ago. And so I don't have that really deep childhood attachment to the material that a lot of people do, but anyway, let's head up here. Whoa, okay. We're still not hitting the dry bones. I wonder what adjustment I need to be making there, because clearly I need the dry bones to align me upwards in order to get me the right kind of momentum over to the next jump. And yeah, criticism, no worries about having to go to bed in your time zone. Thank you so much for sending me that level earlier to playtest. Hope the new version went well. Yeah, there was, I remember there was something that kind of annoyed me about Blade Runner 2049, which I thought was, of course, beautifully photographed. But, you know, there was something about it conceptually that rubbed me the wrong way, and I wish I could remember what it was. And yeah, you're quite right, I think, about the villainy in that film not really managing to sell itself. It was a bit tacky, actually. Yeah, I thought the film of Arrival was pretty interesting. That was one where I was actually familiar, quite familiar with the short story it was based on. By Ted Chiang, who is fairly notable within the science fiction short story space. Yeah, Arrival was, it was not originally called Arrival, although I think the short story that it was based on was, it was in a collection that was rebranded as Arrival after the film came out. I believe the original title of the collection was Stories of Your Life and Others. I think that was the name of the story too, it was called like Stories of Your Life and Others. But yeah, Ted Chiang is a writer in science fiction who specializes entirely in shorts. Like, I don't think he has published a full-length novel. But he's done a lot of like really interesting conceptual shorts about things like language and which are quite different from what anybody else is doing that side of the industry. And okay, let's get over here. No, still not doing that momentum correction correctly. That still needs work. And thank you to the patience with those in queue. I know that we had a good start earlier, and then we started running into some of the longer material, so. We'll get through everybody today, though. I mean, I'll probably end up running a 5-hour stream or something, but today I'm not as time-constrained as I was yesterday, so. Whoops. Still not quite getting the timing down. There we go. Whoops. Yeah, it's mostly just dry bones giving me trouble. I feel like if we can get my bounce off of that to go reliably, we can be out of here fairly soon. Luca, I'm not sure I've played 100% of yours. I might have missed some, but I can check. Whoops. Yeah. Still going too high. I need a sort of a short bounce, or a short jump, rather, onto the dry bones and just push right into the wall. I think that's what the track is telling me, that I should aim for the spot between the dry bones and the springs, so I fall directly on top of the dry bones while I'm hugging the wall. You know, this raises an interesting question, which is, who would be the filmmaking equivalent of Meng? Like, which filmmaker is most like Meng in terms of their approach and their style and their place within the industry? Oh, that's a good choice. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Last thing I saw of him, did he work on 13 Assassins, or am I thinking of a different Japanese director? Just so I don't get Japanese directors confused. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's good. Camera going here, and then maybe we do need no, we just need a momentum from the bounce, I think. Not quite. Or do we need to just jump up? Touch the checkpoint. You can take death at this point, but okay, yeah, we'll just jump up. Okay, we need to jump, stomp Bowser with the sword, and continue, perhaps? You need to stomp him with a sword and then duck over to the other side? Maybe. Oh, this is going to be tricky. We are at checkpoint, though, so we can try and figure this out. I don't think I activate anything by going directly over, so... yeah, if the boos are not in a good position, then we will just go over and try to make it all the way across instead of stopping midway. No, not quite. And no, J-Rocky, I haven't seen that either. Yeah. I'll have to work out a more reliable boo timing in terms of when I should be taking off. Still not hitting that successfully yet. We will actually have to leave the room as Toad rather than as Link, because if you look at that Muncher, it is going to enforce damage when we want to leave the key door, as far as I understand. Ah, so we can bounce straight off if we get a few hits in. Kind of stylish to get 2 hits in? Okay. Yeah, when you get that bounce off Bowser, it's actually quite satisfying because it does seem to reliably bounce you all the way back. The fact that I got 2 hits there was pretty lucky. My entry timing seems to be when the boos are on either side of Bowser. That seems to be best. Very cool fight. Difficult to control, but... I mean, the whole level has been training you to do this up to this point, so... We'll try to get in and make that happen. Nope. Missing the jump. Oh, nope. Yeah, we can just kind of juggle around on Bowser for a few more cycles, in fact, but I'd rather not fool around too much with the positioning. Nope. Maybe we should have fooled around with positioning. Might have been easier. Considering how inconsistently I am able to get that bounce. And, oh, yeah, we're through. Yeah, just deciding to stomp him directly seems best. Oh, that's not a Link check. Okay, good. Of course it's not, because we did have to hit the Muncher earlier. That's to clear. Yeah, excellent fight, actually. The bounce off Bowser, we've seen that before, I think, in a different Mang level, I think. Unless I'm thinking of something else entirely, but... Yeah, that 17-minute time is pretty deceptive. I mean, I spent quite a long time getting through the first segment, so that was a bit of a long sit, but... Yes, Bowser on a seesaw. Yes, exactly. Mang, that's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you for all the GGs, and especially the patience of everybody who is behind in queue. Did I mark that as a win? Let's go on. Okay, we will now redeem the next character switch back to Toadette. Zankoth, if you are still waiting, we will bring you in just a moment. Do check in if you're still available after all this time. A good idea, comparing makers to directors, yeah. I mean, kind of like a Mario Maker party game if you just test your knowledge of people's various styles. We probably can do it for some others. I'm just waiting for Zankoth to check in. I do see Zankoth on the lurking list. But if there's no check-in, we'll just move down one spot and go to Der Bescheid Visser first. Oh, Zankoth is here. Good. Great. We'll do that first. Yeah, I know that sometimes people might be slow to type on mobile or might have their hands full when I pull them in. So, yeah, we're fairly relaxed here about making sure people aren't accidentally removed. Oh, you just talked... Yeah, I guess... right, because you said nice amidst all the GGs. Sorry, I normally would see that. I just was too busy thinking about film directors, perhaps. It might have been buried in all the emotes. There's a broken bridge. You can't cross the bridge normally. You'll have to find another way. Something tells me that Mr. Allgames tried to cross the bridge normally. But let's see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, as far as makers who are filmmakers, like level makers who are filmmakers, would go, I'm actually pretty sure Lecter would be Chuck Jones. That's the first one that comes to mind for me. And are you saying Barb is George Lucas? Has Barb been remastering old content lately? I didn't think so. Oh, Barb is Chuck Jones. Actually, that's not bad either. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a good match for a composer. I don't know if it would necessarily be somebody who does music videos. Yeah, that's true. Chuck Jones is extremely prolific. Also had a really distinctive stylistic evolution. You know, once you get into some of the later, more abstract stuff from when he's no longer with Warner. Oops. Okay, I should pay attention to this 25% level and actually try to beat it. Yeah, it is a good choice for Grokowski as well. I mean, not just a sort of puzzle-like nature of something like Eternal Sunshine, but the fact that a lot of that puzzle's nature is sort of communicated through visual structure, which... You know, among the Charlie Kaufman films, that's what I find distinctive about something like Eternal Sunshine as opposed to the films that were done with Spike Jonze, is that, like, there's much more of this, you know, mirror and perspective trickery that's going on, and that's very much in the vein of the Grokowski level style. Sorry, I should be more attentive to what I'm doing here. I do see the ice blocks that are over that door. It does kind of seem to be exit only because of the semi-solids that are behind the ice layer, as you can see. So it looks like the door is a segment that you exit with the fire flower in hand, ideally. Okay, I was wondering about that block. It looked like it might potentially be a vine, but I guess not. Was there something I could do with the star that I wasn't thinking about? Here's the flower. You do kind of need to sneak your way in, but you can get out safely. Yeah, I'm trying to think of one for Yarrow as well, given that there's this sort of large scale but very accessible cutesiness to a lot of that work, but which is also like formally elaborate in a way that people don't necessarily appreciate at first glance unless they also do making, you know, in terms of how much is going on with entity trickery and such. Because I'm thinking, like, who would be somebody like Michael Haneke, for instance? Who's kind of making dark stuff, but also, like, really gamey films in some ways. Like, if you think about stuff like Caché and all that. Well, I mean, I'm not talking about stuff like, you know, White Ribbon or films like that, obviously. Like, but something like Caché is, like, very explicitly a sort of a puzzle box film. Code Unknown is kind of like that as well. I really do admire Code Unknown. I think it's a great film. But also one that's kind of, like, very tricky to people, I think. But yeah, obviously I'm not talking about, you know, sort of more kind of morally challenging material like White Ribbon or The Piano Teacher, for instance. I think Supernova would be happy to be compared to Marvel Studios, but that's how his tastes just run. Very technically elaborate blockbusters. But also just kind of beloved by the mass audience as well. That, I mean, you know, I know that most of us here would kind of see that as a bit of a backhanded compliment, but we make fun of Supernova here all the time for how much he loves Marvel films, so... Whoops. Oh, Zankoth, I'm sorry. I've just been exploring, to be honest. I saw the Fireflower and I was wondering, what should I do with the Fireflower? I know, yeah, this is like a 25% level and I should actually not be dying so much on it or experimenting so much. I'm just fooling around and seeing what you put in here, to be honest. Instead of going left to right, like a sensible person. Criticism, yeah, your sleep schedule is ruined. That's true for most people who come by. Here's a snake block up there. That's interesting. Let's go over here. And yeah, Zankoth, I quite like the platforming layout for this so far. It is quite clean. Although, obviously, there's enough going on in terms of potential for secret paths, etc., that I'm naturally very tempted to just look around. That bridge looks like... Oh, it's the bridge that's in the description, and it looks like if you want to cross it, you would probably need something like a cape to float your way gently over. Yeah, because that's the thing in the description that you were saying, you shouldn't just cross the bridge directly. Might not end well. You're going to ask me to find at least 5 methods to cross the bridge. Well, there's the cape. There's the cape. That was a bad idea. We shouldn't have jumped like that. I think you can actually make that jump. And... okay. Okay. Now let's see over here. Now let's get upstairs and just try this sequence here again. Probably just try to go over. We need to drop a Goomba here, actually, if I want to get up there. And we'll just take a small one and kick it all the way over and then spin jump on it. Oh, we can do that too. Maybe slightly overthinking it. But that's okay, I didn't know the block was there, so that was actually worth trying. Here's the goal. Well, we found one way. Didn't quite see anything like a fire flower mouth. A P-balloon. P-balloon would allow me to enter the pipe. Let's see what's here. Goomba, jump, and a hidden vine. That's 2 methods. Okay, I see. What is the P-balloon all about? Looks like this is sort of enforcing that this is an exit only, so I don't know what the P-balloon is getting me here, unless I take damage. Yeah, I guess I'm reversing through a sequence that's supposed to be an exit. That's okay, we'll make sure we get out of here then. Right, because I see the ice coins on the left side, that's what we saw earlier for the descent that you can make with a fire flower. I also see that the spike over here would hit the question block, which would presumably spawn a vine that would allow you to climb. Door over here as well, that's interesting. Ah, okay, yes. Oh, I thought this was exit only, though, which it looks like is still the case. So I guess, yeah, that door is just there to match the door that's in the exit hut, then, as an aesthetic thing. And it's decorative only. Okay, yeah. Yeah, kind of neat. I know I was kind of treating that like a non-linear exploration level, but you are encouraged to find another way. I wouldn't have known there were 5 ways, of course. And yeah, Zankoth, we can always go back and check for more. I am not going to do that this stream simply because of the remaining queue I have to get through, but if you want me to check other paths at some point, I'm perfectly happy to do so, and maybe we'll be a little more focused next time. Thank you for all the GGs. And, yeah, Der Bescheid Visser. Someone who speaks German has to tell me what that means. I feel like we've asked about this before. Thank you for waiting for so long. You've been here for hours. You do have some co-op levels in your profile. Yeah, so at some point, if you want to see co-op levels done in co-op, I'd rather set that up as a stream that is planned in advance. If you have stuff with one-player routes that I can do for now, I'd prefer that. You're not the only one who is a co-op specialist who has come by to stream before, and I think what I said before is that I would like to do these levels as co-op sometimes, but I would like to do that in a stream of its own. And yeah, Zankoth, in terms of the core idea to encourage the player to explore and find their own way around, I think that worked. I mean, I think that clearly worked, given how long I was just running around in there. Molten Manor, okay. Yeah, so there is a one-player path on this, from what you're saying. Sugar Falco, or Sugar Falcon, with the record. Let's take a look. It alters if you bring a friend, I see. You come in as M and L. Did we actually switch to Toadette earlier? Yes, we did, okay. And here we go. Oh, there was a mushroom up top as well. Oh, yeah. That's the player gate. This looks kind of familiar, actually. I haven't played this, no. Yeah, no, I haven't played this, but I think I've seen a similar, like, SMB3 Castle Frog co-op level before that I did in the single-player route, and that's probably what I'm thinking of. It might even have been something else of yours, if you've made a few of these. The specific puzzles here seem new to me, though, I think. And, yeah, Ravel. Yes, exactly, yeah. Yeah, because Ravel, unless it's pronounced like Marisa Ravel, is one of the other co-op makers who does come by here. And yeah, Natcat, I'm glad you can vouch for the co-op. I'll definitely have to try it at some point. I do love co-op design. I just haven't really been able to find a good way to display some of that on stream, but we have to do some kind of co-op feature at some point, and I'll make sure I get your maker code down for that. So I just keep it in reserve for when we eventually do manage to make an opportunity to do that. We're going to gate both of these so the spike ball comes across. And up we go. Literally exploiting the limit, yeah. Okay, looks like we're going to be doing something with the Muncher on the right side there, or... Yeah, we'll need a P-switch activation. For the P-switch activation, we break all three of the blocks. Likely with bombs, because the bomb will always be a 2 space gap away, or like 2 spaces away from the blocks due to the Muncher separation. And as the Muncher lowers, you get more hits in, so... Let's grab another frog, let's figure out... yeah, bomb is dispensed if you toggle the on-off, which then toggles again to shut off additional bombs, so you're not overcrowded with bombs in one location, and so you can't just spam them. But mostly to prevent some of the overcrowding, as far as I can tell. I like that trampoline mechanism next to the on-off reactivation on the right side. It's very budget-heavy, which is probably the reason I don't see it very often. You know, if that you're using so many pieces for the spike ball reset here. But it's very responsive and visually striking. Just to make sure the player notices that the reset is going to go on and has no ambiguity about it. Okay, let's get back over here. And yeah, hitting the on-off switch is going to be enough to do the bomb release on the left side. And then that's the P door. Is there an infinite P switch? Okay, there's an infinite supply of P switches. Which is great, because maybe we can carry one. We'll have to press this one first, but then... let's try to carry a P switch for no reason. No, we can probably do it. Hang on. Oh, okay, immediate GG, and of course the key door over there for the co-op route. Okay, really neat. Yeah, like I said, I would love to see the co-op route at some point. We'll need to plan it in advance somehow, and I'll need to find... I'll get in touch with you somehow if we do manage to put that together. It might not be very soon. But I usually try to do like some kind of curated maker feature every week. And when we do a co-op special, I'll make sure you're informed about that. So, yeah, Electro Dude, that's because I completely missed that last bonus Splatfest that they did. We have a lot of plans around here. Like I've been telling people who have been coming here regularly, I am planning to do some Maker 1 streaming later in the year after both YMM and Metroid are out of the way. But yeah, we always kind of overplan and just have too much on my plate. Mang, Splatoon is excellent in the single player. Octo Expansion in particular is spectacular. Octo Expansion is one of the best 3D platformers that Nintendo has released, I think. The standard Splatoon 2 campaign is kind of... I mean, the Splatoon campaigns are kind of tutorial-like in some ways, but the first one on Wii U has an excellent final boss. One of the best Nintendo final bosses, I think. And Splatoon 2's was comparatively a disappointment, but only because the first one was so good as a finale. But Octo Expansion is something really, really special. And that's what makes me excited about the Splatoon 3 campaign, is because they've clearly learned a lot about how to do single-player campaign design. Try fulfilling sand. Yes, we'll do it. Fill what's empty. Empty what's full. Zankoth, aren't the servers down? No, they're not down. As far as I know. If you're talking about Splatoon 1 or 2. No, they're still up and running. And yeah, Splatoon 1's final boss is something very unique. Like, its closest comparison in terms of Nintendo bosses is probably the final boss in Metroid Prime. And in terms of like a boss that has this really elaborate multi-phase structure to it. You don't really have access to the Wii U stuff? No, you're not really missing important story stuff, I would say. It's not very plot-heavy. It's not a campaign you play for the plot, really. Like, you'd miss out on maybe some of the in-jokes about the characters and some of the music in particular, but nothing truly significant. And sorry, Atlantis, I'll try to pay a little more attention to what we're doing here so we don't run around for an optional objective like we did for Yoshi yesterday. Yeah, let's go down to pipe. I wouldn't even say it's revealed at the end that the Squid World is actually a post-apocalyptic Earth. I think it's actually quite clear from all of the image clues you pick up along the way, even very early in the campaign, as far as I remember. Like, I don't think that was a final twist or anything, but I think it's one of those things that's not really a spoiler anymore, even if people haven't played the campaign. Like, it's just part of the world design. What were we doing here? Yellow pipe. We can spin around here. Was I paying any attention to this pipe or going under any of the semi-solids? Yeah, this ejects you back here. 30 coin over here. This allows you to continue, yeah. Just have to make sure. We'll check that pipe eventually, I'm sure. But checkpoint over here. Spiny shell, of course, just bounces around all day and eradicates all of that. We may as well grab a checkpoint just for clarity, and then we'll go to the left and check the vertical pipe. And Kavik, yeah, maybe you remember the scrolls better than I do, but I remember kind of picking up on the idea behind the setting fairly early in the game. But maybe it's the last scroll that sort of confirms what you were suspecting all along. You have a theory that Squidopolis is actually the island of Rhodes in Greece. Interesting. Are you thinking that because of the Colossus? I mean, you must be thinking that because of the Colossus, right? Like that would be something that makes sense. And yeah, no, I'm thinking about the Octo expansion boss specifically. And because I was thinking, okay, why would you think it's in Rhodes? And that was the only thing I could think of. Also because Mediterranean cuisine has so many fine seafood dishes. Okay. We don't want to drop that guy over there. I think we want to do something about this. Yeah, when you change main world and subworlds, I see. Yeah, no, the thing that we have not paid enough attention to is that we're raising and lowering the sand level. That's the whole point of this level. And the whole spatial concept that we should be thinking about as we puzzle our way through. That when we enter or exit the pipe, it's like these semi-solids represent the sand going up and the sand going back down. Which may be interesting, because what if we take this to this zone and, whoops, accidentally smack it with a fire flower? Because, you know, obviously we could do the boring thing and hit this block here and progress through the level a standard way, but instead we'll lose the fire flower and attempt to smack this block here. I may need to take damage to do this accurately, but oh, no. Yes, okay. I like that it matches. And yeah, we can go down here for the 50 coin. Oh, very precision-oriented for Atlantis level. Oh no, we can just nudge our way to the wall on the top corner. Top left corner would do the lineup. We'll do it just fine. We would need to not accidentally nuke this guy, but I don't think that's a risk. It took me too long to see specifically what was going on with the sand concept here, but it's a really neat idea. Yeah, we'll go through with the shell. And let the shell wake up, unfortunately. Sure, we'll do it the standard way this time. And up we go. Yeah, because often, when you play this game enough, it's very easy for semi-solids to just kind of recede into the background as something you only think about functionally. But here... Okay, we'll need to lower the sand, because next time we lower the sand, the Muncher will fall into the bottom slot. And when it does that, it's going to open up a path for the big spiny to blow up the scroll stop on the right side. We'll ignore the fact that these hard blocks were restored. It still works, and it's not like the Spiny would go over there and break that anyway. And that's going to be the end of that. So yeah, really neat. I love how you could actually activate the vine on the 50 coin side to see the flip side of the level, and so you're not constrained to the linear path if you understand the structure of the whole thing. There's probably a lot more about the structure of the level in the early parts that I didn't quite pick up, in fact, due to the sand concept. Yeah, fill what's empty, empty what's full. Really cool idea from Lantis. Definitely a neat spin on the usual kind of parallel worlds concept, you know, where people do light world, dark world, or water and poison and such. A very interesting spin on it. I hadn't really seen them developed before, I think. Yeah, because there are tons of state-switching concepts. This was just a very unique one. Nat Cat. What has Nat Cat brought to me today? We'll soon find out. Nat Cat's going to recommend a Japanese maker whose name I cannot read. I don't think I've played this maker before, so... Always happy to see Nat Cat send in international recommendations. Nat Cat, do you have a particular recommendation other than multiplayer versus? Okay. Let's do Flower Fortress. I'm going to point Google Translate at the description just to see if it can make any sense of what's going on. It said it's radical and nice flower castle. Maybe. I think the translation is still deciding, like extremely nice or radically nice or something. I don't know. It's nice. The username... Akako. I think. Yeah, this maker, I guess, has not been active since 2019 and seemed to just dump a lot of super popular levels within the first 2 months of the game. First 3 months. So we're going to be back in patch 1.0 tech here. In this SMB3 Sky Fortress. Very much an SMB3 style fortress, in fact. Just like old times in World 5. We could theoretically have gone over to Thwomp, but we're going to kill it instead. I think if you wanted to speed through this, you could actually damage boost over to Thwomp just fine, and that would be the speed method if you're able to, yeah, ride it out here and make it to the door. Okay, that's not going to be too threatening. This is a 30% level after all. Nice use of the coin blocks is just a little extra motivation to get you moving. And yeah, it is an infinite P-switch, not an instant one, but definitely a repeatable one. Let's take a look at this just to make sure I'm not missing anything else. $30 coin right there. Notice this column that's on the left side. That's... oh, just part of the decoration, I think. Yeah, okay. And... clouds are always tons of fun, of course. And then we're going to be well defended here, so... let's get back into that and hopefully not die too much to fire. Explored that bit. Okay. And here's just going to be a mobile dodging segment. Very cost efficient to do it this way with the cloud, in fact. I like the cloud pacing next to the moving platform. The moving platform obviously constrains what you can do with the camera position and the pace that you'll be taking this at. So we are now instructed to run, though, so... yeah, let's do that. Going to have a little speed run segment here. I love how this is a dead-end pipe, but that it gives you enough time to just kind of push against this to see everything come in safely. We missed something. Oh, probably because we didn't clear it from the start, and maybe there was an on-off toggle and because of it? Unless it was an on-off toggle from things making contact at the end before we managed to escape off the top pipe. Like if there was a switch that was hit with a thwomp at the very end. I didn't quite pay attention to that, so... One secret at the beginning I might have missed. We can take a look. Briefly. One moment here. Is this the thing you're talking about? Yeah. Oh, okay, that's it. Yep. We got it. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Netcat. Would be ashamed to miss that. Lonely 30 coin. Okay, Rex. Followed by 17 digits. I don't think they're here anymore. Oddly enough, this is one of my only dropouts today. Considering how long I've been taking with everything, it's remarkable that the people who did submit stayed as long as they did. And Merlin, I believe you're last, and I know you are here, so... And, yeah, Kavik, if we're talking about 6YMM, I mean, I know you just say that facetiously, but we'll be doing that on the Monday, Tuesday stream. Should be plenty of time for you to sort out all the soft locks and re-upload multiple times. And delete everybody's glorious comment art. And yeah, criticism, I sometimes run to queue this long if we have a lot of people to get through. Lately I've had to cut off a little bit early for a couple of external reasons, but I'm glad today we got to take things a little more relaxed and just give everybody a proper run-through. Could I pick one of the future world levels? Yeah, we may as well just start with 1-1 then, Merlin. And like I said, eventually we'll need to catch up on the final world of your original one, but since you're building this and you need playtesting, let's do it. First impressions do matter, and once again it's going to be carnivorous plants. Okay, 10 over here. I'm a good playtester because I do everything wrong that you can do wrong, and yeah, moreover, I do it intentionally, often. I feel like doing things successfully is sometimes, actually very frequently, just unintended. Very quick checkpoint here, but obviously this is more of a relaxed introduction. With a lot of aesthetic plants all over the place, by the way. I mean, look at this. These are purely spin jump locations. And that's kind of neat. I feel like we haven't been very thorough with any secrets hunt over here, though. Obviously, there's the pipe. The pipe looks very much like an optional pipe if you think about traditional Nintendo logic. But no, it is going to be a slide section with slide music, which gives you a 50 coin. We'll, of course, bust down some of these other things to check various places. But yeah, a lot of that just seems decorative on the sides. That was fun. Let's do it again. We don't get to kick any plants this time, but out we go. Electrodude, yeah, Electrodude, thank you once again for the huge favor you did us earlier in this stream in terms of trying to keep the spam bots under control. I really appreciate it. Because it would have been very unfortunate if I needed to just pause the stream to ban 50 accounts while trying to keep you all entertained. Okay, Merlin, I don't know if there's anything you want me to look at in terms of optional paths or content that I may have missed. This was fairly short, so I don't mind looking at that, if you wish. But yeah, good luck in continuing to build through some of these. Pretty nice difficulty tuning early on by the looks of it, in terms of just having a consistent 20% pocket. So, we'll see a lot more of this with time, I am sure. We've got to catch up with a lot of other stuff, in fact. But we'll do that eventually. I missed a laid out M in the slides section in the wall with hard blocks. Okay, yeah. I think I did see it. I just didn't point it out. Unless it's something that was slightly off my field of vision. Anyway, thank you very much. Nice to finish with something sort of short and sweet as a bit of a dessert. Good variety today, in fact, in terms of having a good mix of longer and more challenging levels and some short pieces in between. And yeah, Christisium, Merlin is actually working on a second super world, and that's what this is. Merlin has an existing super world that I playtested a lot of last year. And if you like traditional worlds that are really beautifully decorated, I highly recommend that. And you folks can just exchange codes privately or something. I'm going to mark this as a win. That was in fact a maker code just now. And yeah, criticism. You're in a server? Excellent. So we're going to do one last thing before we go. Just a bit of a teaser. This is not yet the official release time, and codes are all subject to change, but we may as well see who's got some first clears already and what has come up. We've seen 7 levels come up. Is there an 8th one? I feel like I'm missing somebody. Composer, Paxman, Shishiro. I think we're missing Ben S, who we... Oh, I think Ben uploaded early, right? If I... Yeah, or not. I may be wrong. Anyway, that's okay. We've got a lot of really interesting levels coming up, with some records already scored. I actually just want to see some of the first clears. Ben S is missing, okay. Havoc got to Wendy's before everybody else to place an order. Yeah, we'll be doing this on the Monday to Tuesday stream. Tuesday AM for those of you who are in a human time zone. Oh, that's not a YMM level, never mind. Greatest story ever told. Kaito, of course, grabbing something. Kaito usually grabs at least one of these. Possibly several. Yeah, several. Nice to see Waryutsu back after a long break. Fantastic maker ever since Maker 1. Anyway, that's what you can look forward to next time, and remember to stay tuned for the upcoming 6YMM trailer on the YouTube channel when it does get released. Because I promise you it's going to be a real treat. Yeah, Kavik. It's actually a film in the 1960s, I believe. Like back when biblical epics were the thing to do. I know you weren't necessarily punning on that, but that was the first thing that came to mind. Was, there was this period of time when they were just doing tons of Bible films, and you would see Ben-Hur, you would see DeMille's remake of his own Ten Commandments, you would see all kinds of stuff like that. And there was one called The Greatest Story Ever Told. Anyway, thank you so much, everybody, for joining me today. We can scan around for a raid. Like I said, I wasn't really certain we would be raiding anybody depending on what the bot situation was, but thankfully we got the bans under control, and locking out raids didn't seem to help me anyway in terms of getting anything under control. So I'm going to send you over to somebody who is doing a catch-up on 6YMM right now. It looks like he's on the Grakowski POW puzzle. This is Psycho103, who is a streamer from the Philippines who also did all the 4YMM last year, and so you might as well say hi to him over there, and we'll pass you on in a moment. And hopefully we don't have any bots follow me over there, because he's a good streamer, small streamer, and I don't want him to get mobbed. But you folks can join him and say hello. In the meantime, enjoy the new batch of 6YMM that's coming this week. Thanks as always for watching, and especially for the patience of everybody who queued at their levels today. Do collapse in your bed now criticism if that is in fact what you need for your own mental and physical health. And for the rest of you, have a great day, have a fantastic weekend. Stay for the raid, and fare thee well.